Hi, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I am. Just put them there. Thank you. All right, let's try this. There we go. Ah, come on. Thank you. Okay, guys, come on. Over here. There we go.
He's a historian now.
Every day is a new adventure. I am celebrating Department Day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Tell me. We don't expect one.
Florence,
I have a friend that went to
15 years ago.
he went to Detroit. He's from me, and I gave him all of my best.
Folks, we'll get started soon. We are waiting for a couple other commissioners too for a quorum.
Good morning. Depends on what you, what was the whole.
All right, we can get started. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission on Chicago Landmarks. Today's regular meeting, Thursday, October 5th. I'd like to do the roll call of commission members. Vice Chair Commissioner Jekowitz,
Present.
Commissioner Murphy,
Present.
Commissioner Burns,
Present.
Commissioner Ponce,
Present.
Commissioner Rubin,
Present.
and I am Commissioner Wong. We do have a quorum. I would like to ask anyone wishing to make a statement on today's agenda to complete a public comment card and give the card to a member of the staff. Comment cards are available at the door. As a courtesy to other individuals wishing to offer comments, we ask that members of the general public limit your statements to 3 minutes or less. When the time comes for public comment on the individual item on the agenda, I'll call names from the cards and ask you to come forward to the microphone to make your statement. At that time, please state your name and interest, organization, or company you represent, if any. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce a new member of our commission, Commissioner Patrick Murphy. Patrick took over as acting commissioner for the Department of Planning and Development last month and continues to serve in his role as the zoning administration for the department. Patrick has a long history with DPD, where he first served as an intern before going on to earn his master's degree in urban planning from UIC in 2002. Patrick joined DPD full-time in 2007 and was appointed a zoning administrator in 2018. Welcome, Patrick. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you very much. Yes, as an intern, the very first meeting I attended was in this room, sitting in the back listening to a Plan Commission hearing. That would have been the summer of 2000. So thank you very much. No, I'm honored to be here. As zoning administrator, I have not appeared often before the Landmarks Commission, even though I've worked with Yana for a number of years and a lot of the staff. So I'm very honored to be here, and I'm looking forward to all of the reviews. Thank you.
All right. Well, this is where the fireworks happen. No, I'm just kidding. First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. Those minutes were included in your package. Is there any discussion on those minutes? If not, I'd like to request a motion to approve the minutes of September 7th, 2023.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Burns. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention, Commissioner Murphy. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the preliminary landmark recommendation for the Mars Candy Factory located at 2019 North Oak Park Avenue in the 29th Ward. And Candlin, if you'd like to give the report, please.
In here. Well, it looks like we might need some tech assistance here. Oh, Tyler, would you be kind enough to go find one of the electricians and let them know this is not opening up? Thank you. Suggestions welcome from the audience as to how to get this to open? Yeah, reboot? Reboot, oh, yeah, I may, but it took so long to warm up. I'm so sorry. Control Alt, delete?
Control O. Click on the icon for your presentation.
Yep. Control. Let's see, click on it. Control Alt, you said?
O.
Oh, the letter O. Foo-foo. No, didn't like that one either. I can't get these, the first one to open right there. Let me get out of your way. we can try to take it off there if you
No
think that
worries. Yeah,
might be
that's
any
okay.
better.
Oh, sure, my pleasure. I finally remembered.
Okay, let's put that in there.
Sorry about the delay.
Go ahead, I'll let you do.
Drag the icon onto the PowerPoint app.
Okay,
I didn't get any of the materials because I wasn't there. I'd love to have listened in on that.
and one other question, if you're kind of running out of ideas. Okay, he said, take this and drag it over to the PowerPoint. Nope. Okay, let's try this. And we'll go to, where's D? Right down here. And we'll try this. See if it likes this. Have you been having troubles with this? I'm gonna get it.
More into the system than that, so give me a few seconds.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna try.
Well, it looks like there are a couple of pretty interesting things, but that's the one where I was like, what? When I looked at today's meeting, and I'm like, oh, I missed that. Yeah. Oh, wow.
All right, while we're waiting, Commissioner Hughes has joined us for the record.
All right, when all else fails, turn it off and on again. Here we go. Is he in the wings, or should I try to turn off and turn on?
That, are you on 606 network? That was this one.
I signed in
Okay.
as myself, so it's my City of Chicago identity. Is that a problem?
No, that's how it should be.
Okay.
That's how it should be. So, the other only point is to restart.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna do.
Oh, thanks. Sounds like you lost somebody too.
Reese was dad, so I went back to Los Angeles.
Oh, well, that's so nice that you went for that.
Yeah.
That's really awesome.
I was really glad to be able to.
Yeah, it's, you know, the older I get, the more I'm reminded how, when you can, how much showing up matters to people, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
How's your friend doing?
I don't think we've ever had an issue.
Went through it. She was there for me when I went through it, so I was like, there's no brainer. I'm getting on a plane. So it was good.
Years ago, but still used it after.
Beginning of a journey.
Yeah, right.
How with you?
It was, my
Yeah, I
aunt,
imagine this room's used every day.
we didn't think we'd have her for that much longer, but it was here in December.
So I'm okay to sign in?
About 5 weeks before.
Okay, let's try it again.
But it was especially hard because my mom passed away in December, and this was my dad's baby sister, so he's lost. My mom and my parents met when they were 12 and fell in love when they were 12 years old, and were
There's not a mouse anywhere, is there? If it doesn't go to these, I may go to the network. I don't know if I can from here.
he handles difficulty better than some people do, but it's still really hard. So I'm getting on a plane tomorrow to spend a week with him. But just so we were together.
All right, let's try this one more time.
And then I'm going to be there all of next week. Just
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Thank you. Yay!
Oh, and it's a Cubsat. We love you.
Yep.
Hey.
No, I learned that. Let's just say from the mails.
There we go. All right, thanks for your patience. I really appreciate it. Okay. Is that going to switch off, do we think? Oh, now it's working. Okay. That's confusing. Okay, we'll try it. And if I need to stop, I'll go back. Okay, so thank you, Chairman Wong. So I'm here today with a preliminary recommendation for landmark designation of the Mars Candy Factory at 2001 to 59 North Oak Park Avenue. You may know that Mars Inc. has been making candy at the facility since its opening in 1929, but recently announced that it will be closing the site in 2024. The factory is located on the city's west side in the Austin community. It sits at the northeast corner of Oak Park and Armitage Avenues, immediately south of the Metro Milwaukee District line. The Mars site, shown in blue, is approximately 20 acres in size, and the factory building is shown in that green. Historic Preservation Division staff believe that the Mars Candy Factory site meets 4 criteria for Chicago landmark designation, including Criterion 1 for heritage. At the center of the nation's railroad network and agricultural heartland, Chicago was the perfect location for a candy manufacturer. Freight moving across the country was, and still is, funneled through the railroad yards of Chicago, where it's transferred to other railroads. The closer a candy maker was to the hub of this network, the fresher the raw supplies were going to be, and the quicker your products got to their destination. Speed was an important issue for candy, which requires quick turnover to remain fresh. Mars constructed their new factory next to the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad tracks, now the Metra tracks, so train cars could be diverted via spurs directly to and from the site. The same railroad offered passenger service, and a Mars station was established after the factory's construction, making it easier for workers to get to and from the site. The new railroad stop also gave the community a valuable transportation option, making it a more desirable location. At the time the candy factory was built, only scattered parcels of the land surrounding it had been developed. After its construction, the factory was overwhelmingly considered to be attractive and not an overwhelming presence. It became an asset to the neighborhood where many of the company's workers chose to live. Construction of the new building marked Mars' move from Minneapolis to Chicago. Owner Frank Mars and about 200 workers made that move once the factory opened in 1929. The building was both the headquarters and the main production facility for Mars for decades to come. The Chicago factory produced some of the nation's most popular confections for almost a century, starting with the Milky Way. In turn, images of the factory adorned Mars packaging, and the building became a visual symbol for Mars products across the nation. By the turn of the 20th century, Chicago was known as the candy capital of the world. At one time, Chicago was home to over 1,000 candy purveyors, in addition to associations and publications related to the candy industry. At the peak of that industry, during the mid-20th century, the city produced about a third of all candy manufactured in the country and employed close to 25,000 Chicagoans. At its busiest, the Mars facility housed 10 production lines and employed 2,500 people. It's one of the last surviving large-scale candy manufacturing facilities in Chicago, and the building has continually operated as a manufacturing plant since 1929. When it ceases operation in 2024, it will mark almost a century of candy making. Staff also believes the Mars Candy Factory site meets Criterion 3 for its association with significant people. Frank C. Mars founded the company that would become Mars Inc. in 1911. The Chicago Mars factory is the result of his desire to build, quote, the most beautiful candy factory in America, end quote. Having chosen a former golf course in a relatively undeveloped area, Frank Mars strategically started with a scenic location where the factory would be the largest presence and likely have a positive influence on future development. He believed that if living conditions around a plant were better than those around a typical plant, a better caliber of employee would want to work there. Frank's son, Forrest Mars Sr., had worked with his father at the Chicago factory in the early 1930s and had helped to create the Snickers and Three Musketeers candy bars there. After striking out on his own, he started a successful candy company in England and matched that success in the U.S. by creating and manufacturing M&Ms. When he took overt leadership of Mars in 1964, he immediately set out to reshape the factory's spaces to reflect the values by which he intended to run the company. He removed exclusive executive spaces and their high-end decor. Executive offices were eliminated and desks were arranged in a wagon wheel fashion with higher-ranking executives in the center. These changes were physical, but reflected the new culture he was instilling into the company, a radically egalitarian system in which workers were called associates and received a larger share of the company's financial success, and everyone, including the president, ate lunch together in a new shared company lunchroom and punched a time clock. At the same time, Forrest believed in reinvesting profits into the company, so new machines and technology were installed to keep the factory cleaner and more efficient, goals that were a must for the new owner. Staff also believed that the Mars Candy Factory site meets criterion 4 for exemplary architecture. The Spanish Revival style of this building is reflected in its distinctive low-pitched clay tile roofs, its compound hipped and gabled roofs of varying heights, and its arched window and door openings. Towers are also a common feature of this style. The central tower with pyramidal roof is the primary one, but small tower shapes extend above the north elevation roofline, circled that in red for you since it's hard to see, and they stand sentry as a brick post for the gate there. Another rises above the roofline in the north wing. In Spanish Revival buildings, decoration is typically concentrated at the doorways, windows, and cornice. The most elaborate part of the portion of the Oak Park facade is the two-story central section. There, an arched central doorway is set into a highly decorative recessed arch, and above it, the cornice has a Gothic arcade pattern. At each side bay, the tapered shape under the balconies is a common elaboration, and the sides of the second floor are accented by curving profiles. Decorative Spanish Revival touches can be found throughout the exterior, like these examples of fancy ironwork and geometric vent grills. Looking back on the occasion of its 25th anniversary in 1953, the Tribune declared that the high standards the Mars Candy Factory set for architecture and landscaping became the benchmark for every confectionery plant built in cities across the United States after 1929 and influenced facility design in other industries. The residential-friendly design of the factory, with a wide front lawn that looked with a wide front lawn and a factory that was set back, bucked the trend where people don't want to live near a factory, so those areas see property values fall. In that same 1953 article, Thomas Roberts, former president of the Oak Park Real Estate Board and a member of the realty firm which was active in developing the residential area around the plant, said that when people saw it, home building began, and every vacant lot within a mile of the plant was improved with good homes. Staff also believed that the Mars Candy Factory meets Criterion 5 as an example of the work of an engineering or design firm. Oops, sorry. Yeah. At left, excuse me, is the original section of the factory built by the Austin Company. At right, the two-story building, or the two-story wing, is the 1960 addition by C.F. Murphy. Here's another view of that 1960 addition. Founded in Cleveland, Ohio in 1878, the Austin Company is globally recognized as an innovator in industrial facility design and construction. They were one of the earliest companies to offer the full suite of design, engineering, and construction services to clients, allowing one entity to handle a project from design phase through closeout, thereby eliminating high costs. Innovations by the Austin Company allowed them to construct massive buildings in record time, so they became in high demand when the U.S. entered World War I. New products from the company's insulated steel division allowed Austin to design the first ever prefabricated porcelain enamel gas station, which soon became ubiquitous across the United States. The Austin Company developed the first windowless, completely controlled conditions factory in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, controlling light, temperature, humidity, noise, and operating conditions for maximum efficiency. The company adopted its key features as their new standard for factory and warehouse structures, and its windowless design with clear spans was ideal for World War II production. In 1960, C.F. Murphy and his firm, C.F. Murphy Associates, designed this office addition for the Mars Candy Factory. Murphy was one of Chicago's most prominent mid-20th century architects, whose designs are indicative of the Second Chicago School, with origins that can be traced to Le Corbusier and Ludwig Mies van der Rohe's search for a modern style of architecture. Under C.F. Murphy, his firms completed countless high-profile commissions in the city, including O'Hare International Airport, the Prudential Building, and the Daly Center. Oh, I did want to go back, actually. And I did want to point out the site plan to the bottom right. The area in green is the location of that 1960 addition. The original building is north of it. Okay? We can come back to that if we need to. So staff also believe that the Mars Candy Factory site also meets the separate integrity criterion. The building retains its historic location, setting, exterior design, materials, and workmanship. Although the factory has had dozens of additions over the years, they've been constructed on the rear of the building and therefore have not significantly impacted its historical and architectural features. Alterations include replacement of windows and doors and clay roof tiles, but window and door replacement are considered reversible, and roofing tiles were replaced with similar styles, so it did not significantly impact the character of the roof line. Staff recommendations are that the significant historical and architectural features of the Mars Candy Factory site are all exterior elevations, including roof lines, of the Mars Candy Factory building, seen there in green with the dark blue front section, from the west elevation to a depth of the first 7 bays along the north elevation. Commissioners, the original 1928-1929 factory building was 7 bays wide, and this designation matches that width of the original structure at the north elevation. So that depth runs for the entire length of the building, from the north elevation to the south elevation. In addition, the iron gate and brick posts at the northwest corner of the building, that little sliver there up on the top of the rectangle, are considered significant as well. For purposes of permit review for demolition of any non-significant portions of the building, I'm going to switch to this because I think it may be helpful. The commission will require that a new masonry east wall with finished corners be constructed to enclose and make weathertight the significant portion of the building. The loading dock at the south elevation, and that's shown in the upper right corner. The dashed line to the right of it is the one-story loading dock. To the left is the 1960 addition by C.F. Murphy. So the loading dock at the south elevation is not considered significant and may be modified. So and then just for additional clarification, on the lower left, you see the north elevation. There's the gate with the brick posts, and that dashed line marks those 7 bays where the original structure was built. So we have briefed Alderman Taliaferro regarding the landmark designation. And before you is a letter of support from Tom Drebenstadt, the founder of the Galewood Neighbors, in support of the designation. So that is it, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Kendallin. Does the commission have any questions for Kendallin at this time? Having none, is the owner here?
Yes, we do have someone.
Would you like to make a statement, sir?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you could state your name.
I'm Tom Quinn. I'm with the Corporate Real Estate Department for Mars Incorporated, and thank you for inviting us to be here today. I would like to begin by emphasizing that Mars remains committed to stewarding its Oak Park Avenue facility into its next iteration. In the summer and fall of 2022, Mars conducted a series of community engagement sessions to receive community feedback regarding the future use of the site, resulting in the shared realization that protecting and preserving the building facade is critical to all concerned. We are currently circulating an offering memorandum to the market and intend to involve the developer we select and to be involved ourselves in determining the best use of the property and the appropriate protection of significant features. And we look forward to continuing to work in partnership with the city. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Quinn?
I do. Mr. Quinn, so is the company in favor of a landmark designation?
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. I'm curious, Mr. Quinn, can you share a little bit of insight from your gatherings of the community engagement sessions? Was there an overwhelmingly positive, pull in a certain direction for what the community wants to see for the building?
For the building, yeah, I believe so. There was a, yes, the answer is yes. That was all captured in a LISC report, which is being circulated with the offering memorandum to the developer market. So that is clearly outlined in that report.
Okay, so do you recall what the community's interests are for the building?
It is a mixed-use development. I don't have, the details in front of me to go through with you right here, but happy to get back to you on that or send you a copy of the report.
We'd love to see it, yeah. Thank you. And I'm raising that question because we've seen other, the one that's coming to mind right now is the Morton Factory, and we're seeing the revitalization of a lot of these old historic properties that may have had, that industrial or manufacturing use previously, but are now being committed to the community. And so would love to see what the plans are, and the fact that you guys are doing it as a community-driven process is a plus. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And happy to share the LISC report that captured the community's feedback. And then we're also committed to being transparent and updating the community on a quarterly basis as we go through the process.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Having no other questions, I'm going to ask for comments from the public. Mr. Blakemore.
Yes, as a concerned citizen.
Good to see you, sir.
To this gentleman that just finished speaking, the community agreement. How many people attended this community meeting? And I heard you say it's going to be a continuous process.
Mr. Blakemore, could you speak into the microphone?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And you said it would be a continuous process with the community. So I'm wanting to make sure that any development that comes to that site, this is in Tallaferro, he's the ward man, and I think he's the committee, he's also and the committee man. So it's a lot of changes that are going on in that community. So I want to make sure that whatever goes on in that location will not gentrify black people from that community. Whatever development, and you should have an agreement with the community. That's why it's very necessary for me to come to these meetings. I'm very familiar with this meeting. I haven't attended for several months because I've been so busy attending other meetings. That's why I should be cloned. I'm wanting to make sure that whatever development goes at that location, black people will be included. So this is why it's very necessary for me to come here. And on these jobs, goods, contracts, and service. Even with demolishing this, somebody gonna have to do some work here. But if I would go after that site, I'm looking at color. Whatever goes on there, I want to make sure black people get these jobs, goods, contracts, and service. I don't know why our people so silent when they get around white folks. They're supposed to advocate for us. And if we don't do it, nobody else will. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blakemore. Mr. Miller?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ward Miller. I'm the Richard H. Driehaus Executive Director of Preservation Chicago, and we're honored to be here today. We attended all of the LISC meetings in the community. I was part of them. I was there. They were very diverse. They were very energetic. Candlin came and made a presentation about landmarking this building, I think at the third meeting. Landmarking was very much a part of this whole idea. The community came together and decided that this building was critically important to the Galewood and Austin communities, and that it should be designated a Chicago landmark. I sat at a table with the alderman. He appeared to be very supportive. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I just want to mention that. This would be a mixed-use development, and if I could just share that the community was interested in not only landmarking this building, having a museum to Mars and the candy production in Chicago. They were talking about a large park on some of the land behind, which is where most of the factory is located, and the processing of candy and manufacturing of candy. A school, affordable housing were some of the ideas, and it was a community project where everybody came together. I just want to thank Mars for their commitment to this. You know that we did lose the Wrigley factory in the original CMD at 35th and Ashland, despite a promise that was supposed to be preserved 10 years ago, but we move on. But it's great to see everybody in support of this wonderful complex that's so important to the neighborhood. And I do want to thank not only the community and Mars and the aldermen, but also Tom Derbestat. I'm sorry, I'm trip over his name a little bit. And the Austin Historical Society and Austin neighbors that have come together, and the Galewood neighbors, to make this a reality. So this was truly a community process from my perspective. I wanted to share that with all of you as my testimony. We very much support this landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I'm going to call on Commissioner Murphy to shed a little light on the proposed development, right?
Well, yes, thank you, Patrick Murphy with the Department of Planning. Not necessarily on the proposed development or the landmarking, but just the comments that have been raised regarding reuse. We are looking in a larger scale basis, more comprehensively at the entire industrial corridor, including this parcel, to look at appropriate reuses, land use designation changes, and zoning designation changes that would allow for certain degrees of non-industrial development. Those reviews are taking place simultaneously with the work that was referenced in regards to cooperation with LISC and the community, and we'll also be working with the local aldermen in the community and Mars to come up with a comprehensive plan for areas beyond just this facility, landmark designation aside. So just so everyone's clear, there is a larger approach that we're taking from the department standpoint in regards to the entire industrial corridor.
And welcome, Commissioner. I
Thank you.
mentioned that in my
No
comments
problem.
as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Any other comments or discussion regarding this item? If none, I'd like to request a motion to adopt the preliminary landmark recommendation for the Mars Candy Factory. Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Ponce. Second?
Second, Commissioner
Moved by
Rubin.
Commissioner Rubin. I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Jekowitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Next item on the agenda is the preliminary landmark recommendation for the Phoebe and John Gray House. This is in the 30th Ward. The property is located at 4362 West Gray Street. And Eilish, if you could take us in here.
Thank you.
Sorry, give me a second. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For your consideration today is a preliminary landmark recommendation for the Phoebe and John Gray House, which is estimated to be 167 years old, making it one of the oldest buildings in Chicago. While it's not yet a Chicago landmark, this building is a known historic resource. As a building dating from before the Chicago fire, the Gray House is rare. There's only 13 designated Chicago landmarks that have that distinction. The house is also published in the AIA Guide to Chicago. The Gray House is located on Chicago's northwest side in the Irving Park community area. The house occupies a large corner lot at the northeast corner of Grace and Costner Avenue in close proximity to Milwaukee Avenue. The two icons on the map, which are of note in the story of the Gray House, are the railroad station adjacent to Milwaukee Avenue and north of the house near Byron Street, an icon for a church, both of which were built on land donated by the Grays. Staff believe the Gray House meets two criteria for Chicago Landmark designation, including Criterion 1 as an example of the city's heritage. The Gray House represents the Irving Park neighborhood's early stage as rural farmland in Jefferson Township prior to annexation by the city of Chicago. Also, the house's gracious proportions and large corner lot harken back to a time preceding suburban development. The juxtaposition of the Gray House as it stands now, surrounded by a pattern of standardized house lots, speaks to the development of Chicago's railroad suburbs in the 19th century. In the early 1850s, the northwest boundary of the city of Chicago terminated near Wicker Park and Bucktown in the vicinity of Fullerton, Western, and Milwaukee. Further northwest was rural Jefferson Township, which largely consisted of natural prairie and, as of this 1851 map, a population of 744 residents, most of whom would have been farmers. The location of the Gray Farm is indicated on the map 8 miles northwest of downtown Chicago. The original owners of the Gray House, John and Phoebe, are pictured here later in life in an undated photograph. The Grays were both from upstate New York, close to the Canadian border. The map on the right shows this region, which is situated between Lake Champlain and the St. Lawrence River. The area served as one of 4 major battlegrounds during the War of 1812, at which time Phoebe and John would have been just 2 and 3 years old, respectively. The couple met one another in their mid-20s, married in 1834, and departed soon after to make a life out west. As of 1837, the Grays were living in Chicago. They became hotel proprietors, taking over operation of John Kinsey's Green Tree Tavern near Wolf Point, which by that time had been renamed the Chicago Hotel. After living and working in Chicago for 14 years, the Grays relocated northwest of the city to Niles, then called Dutchman's Point. There they ran another lodging establishment for 6 years along the Northwest Plank Road. The image on the right shows an example of a plank road. Traversing from Chicago into more rural surrounding areas, these plank roads provided a more easily navigable path of travel than dirt roads. Farmers and merchants could load their wagons with hay, produce, and other goods and make the journey to markets in downtown Chicago. Inns, such as those the Grays operated, were often located on the plank roads, and their clientele would have included these traveling farmers and merchants. After years as hotel proprietors, the Grays established a house of their own when they built their single-family residence on Gray Street. John Gray had acquired 320 acres of farmland in northern Cook County, upon which they built their private residence in 1856. The Grays lived on Gray Street with their 6 children for 20 years. During their occupancy of the house, John Gray served 2 years as Cook County Sheriff. It was noted in his obituary that he was the first Republican sheriff and a, quote, ardent anti-slavery man, unquote. These references reflect the political environment of the time, when the Whig Party fractured and, in 1854, its anti-slavery members broke away to form the Republican Party. When the Grays moved to Gray Street, they would have been separated from their nearest neighbors by acres of farmland. Railroad expansion during the late 1800s, however, precipitated rapid change. In 1873, John Gray paid to construct the Grayland train station, shown in the upper right, along the path of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad. This strategy helped facilitate the sale of Gray's farmland, which he subdivided for residential development and offered for sale the following year. Gray also deeded land for the construction of community assets such as the Jefferson Town Hall, which was located in Six Corners, and in 1887, St. John's Episcopal Church, shown in the lower right image. The church still stands at the north end of the Gray Houses block on Costner. However, the original Grayland station was demolished many years ago. In addition to Criterion 1, we also recommend the building meets Criterion 4 as an example of exemplary architecture. The Gray House is a handsome example of residential architecture in the Italianate style, a style of great significance in the history of Chicago and the United States. It's also an exceptional example of 19th century mail order pattern book architecture, a design and distribution method popular in suburban development. Field notes from the Irving Park Historical Society's 1985 neighborhood survey attribute an 1856 construction date for the Gray House. At that time, books of house patterns had been in wide circulation for a number of years. On the left of this slide are patterns in the Italianate style. Property owners could select from a variety of styles and then hire a local builder to replicate its construction. While we lack an original building permit, given the time frame of construction, it's likely this is how the Grays went about building their farmhouse. The home is 2 stories tall with a raised brick basement and an overall height of approximately 35 feet at the top of the tower. As viewed from Grace Street, a wraparound front porch spans the entire first floor with returns that cover a portion of the north and south elevations. The large front porch was added by 1924, replacing a much smaller covered stoop at the front door. The Italianate style of architecture dominated American housing constructed between 1850 and 1880. The style takes inspiration from rambling farmhouses in Italy's agricultural regions. When applied to residential architecture, the Italianate style's character-defining features are buildings 2 to 3 stories in height, with relatively flat wall surfaces, low-pitched roofs with bracketed cornices, and tall, narrow windows topped by segmental or curved arches that project from the wall. All these features are found in the Gray House. Supporting the porch roof are a series of round wooden columns with scrolled Ionic capitals and brick pier bases. A low wood railing with simple square balustrades spans the distances between columns. The exterior walls are wood frame clad with horizontal cedar clapboards and ornamental wood trim. The roofing material is asphalt shingles. Underneath the overhanging eaves are scroll sawn brackets on an ornamental fascia band, all rendered in wood. 3 brick chimneys rising from the roof are evidence of the interior's original marble fireplaces, which served the building's original heating and cooking functions. Angled window bays appear in 2 locations on the ground floor. The west elevation facing Costner Avenue includes the 3-story tower and the narrow end of the original T-shaped floor plan. The 1950s photo on the right shows the house when the driveway was located behind the building and accessed from Costner. In 1989, the driveway was relocated to Grace Street, which made rear expansion of the building possible. While development of the surrounding lots in the late 19th and early 20th century, initiated by Gray himself, placed new buildings in close proximity to the former farmhouse, the site retains a large corner lot and generous side yard. We believe the gray house also meets the integrity criterion in the Landmarks Ordinance. The building is significant for its association with the early agricultural history of many Chicago neighborhoods and as a fine example of 19th century Italianate-style architecture. The Gray's original farmhouse, minus the additions at the rear of the property, has remained visually intact and relatively unchanged since 1924. The overall building form, wood frame construction, and architectural detailing have been maintained over time. Its once rural setting in the Irving Park community area has changed with new development, but that development was part of the Gray's family legacy in the creation of the Grayland subdivision. The house's spacious corner lot and large side yard create distance from its neighbors and retain some sense of the house's original environment. The building is in the 30th Ward. Alderman Cruz is aware of the proposed designation and submitted a letter of support, which is with the materials before you. We recommend that the significant historical and architectural features of the Gray House be identified as all exterior elevations, including roof lines of the building. Excluded from the significant features is the property's current garage, which, although built in a compatible coach house design, dates to 1989. You have a preliminary landmark recommendation to that effect. This concludes my presentation. The owners of the Gray House, Chris and David Cloud, have joined us today. We are all available for questions from the commission should you have them.
Thank you, Eilish. Does the commission have any questions for Eilish at this time? Having none, is the owner here, and would you like to make a statement? Would you like to make a statement, sir? If you could come to the microphone, state your name, and if you could speak into the microphone, that'd be great.
My
We are
name
recording.
is this on? My name is Dave Cloud. We bought the building 9 years ago. We're happy to support Landmark Commission. When we moved in, many of the neighbors approached us as we worked in the yard, asking if we were going to tear it down. There's clearly anxiety in the neighborhood about the loss of this property. So I think based on that and our own interest in conservation, we are happy to support this designation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Cloud. Commissioner Jacobus, you had a question?
No, I just want to say, I'm really happy to see this project. I'm actually a resident in the nearby community, and so it's wonderful. Well, we were just talking with Commissioner Hughes about the paint job too that you guys recently put on the building, which is really nice to bring out all the details of the building. I think it's exciting for the neighborhood to welcome this into a small handful of other landmark buildings that are nearby, and there's some others that maybe this will spur some
Further
interest.
interest.
Also. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions? Or thank you, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, having nobody else wishing to comment, I'm going to call for the public comments. Keith Bringe. If you could state your name and organization.
My name is Keith Bringy. I actually submitted the recommendation for the property, and I just wanted to read into the record, and I know it's a part of your packages, the Old Irving Park Association's support of this, if I can find it. I also really wanted to start by thanking the staff for their incredible work. They do so many great things, and Chris and the homeowners have been really appreciative of their work. So this is an excerpt from the Old Irving Park Association's letter of support. There are over 600 members in the association. It's an incredible group. OIPA is a 501c nonprofit, all voluntary community group, active, which includes 600 households. The Gray House is a touchstone in the community and is featured in no less than 3 OIPA-sponsored community murals. The house and its history speak not only to the Old Irving Park community, but to the history of the whole region. We fully support Chicago Landmark designation for the house and its grounds. And then finally, I wanted to Also on behalf of Chris and Dave, express their appreciation to a couple of people who really, over the years, have helped understand the history of the house. Bill Tyre, the Glessner House executive director, actually wrote about this house for the first time when he was 15 years old. And that record that he preserved and so incredibly researched is preserved in the old Irving Park historical records. So Bill is an incredible person. And then Dr. Rebecca Graff, the professor of archaeology at Lake Forest College, who undertook 2 major archaeological investigations at the site, which has really provided tremendous interest and education for the community as well. WTTW did 2 segments, and I encourage everyone to Google those video segments. And finally, to Chris and Dave, who are just the most amazing exemplary caretakers of this historic property. And I think we all appreciate their generosity in this act, which is typical of who they are as people. So that's it.
Mr. Blakemore is not new here. To the owner of the building and your community group, I always ask for the interior. You know, it's not truly historical when you just gut out the interior and just as for the outer part. So this is what I find very flawed with this system that's going on. I asked another question. Are those of the same original windows? And, you know, people play games. The interior, it loses value. And when people purchase those buildings, those historical properties, they should be financially able to rehab the interior. They should have enough money to do that. Now they're asking this committee for the exterior, outside. So this is it's truly not historical. It's just a shell of something from the outside. But on the inside, it will be modern, everything. So in the future, I think that this Landmark Commission should try to encourage, have these buildings to be brought back to their original if they can. If they have to go over to the old country to get some of the materials and some of the craftsmen to come and do it. Otherwise, it's not your true mission. I have seen this over and over again, the exterior. My concern is the interior. That's why it's very important to have a man of my caliber to come to these meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Mary Lou Sagal?
Hello.
My name is Mary Lou Seidel, Director of Community Engagement for Preservation Chicago. I wanted to thank you all for your time. I was going to welcome the new Commissioner Murphy, but he has left the room, so in his absence, welcome. We are testifying in support of the landmark nomination for the Gray House. When we were working on the Nuveen House in this area, you know, we had so much contact with homeowners and were exposed to some of the most fine architecture you could imagine. So this falls in line with what we hope. I heard you talking earlier, a minute ago, about getting more of these houses captured. We would love to see an old Irving Park landmark district someday, which we'll be talking to you about in the future. So we support this. I also, it's funny you said they was an ardent abolitionist. The exact quote I had was he was an ardent abolitionist. So, but he had to be really As a judge, he had to be super low down on what he was doing because he would have been destroyed if they found out he was housing people fleeing slavery in the South. So, did you cover the history of the abolitionist potential? It's hard to prove it because that's
Right.
Anyway, sorry, that's another time.
The archaeological dig that was conducted was inconclusive, but that's often the case with sites that are potentially on the Underground Railroad because discretion was obviously of the utmost. So, but scholarly research and archaeological digs have proven inconclusive.
All right. Well, there's some history there, so. And I really want to, before I close, thank the family, the owners, the Cloud family, because we wish we could clone you and have you buy every historic house in Chicago. Thank you.
It would help if I turned on the microphone. I'd like to request a motion to adopt the preliminary landmark recommendation for the Phoebe and John Gray House. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Commissioner Jekowitz,
Second it.
and second by Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Burns? Yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Commissioner Murphy is not here. Commissioner Ponce?
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. Motion carries. For the record, Commissioner Murphy did not vote on this. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a report from the public hearing and final landmark recommendation for the property located at 2678 West Washington Boulevard. This is in Alderman Burnett's ward, the 27th ward. A two-part public hearing was held on September 14th. The first part of the hearing was regarding the proposed landmark designation of 2678 West Washington Boulevard. Before I call on staff for a presentation, let me reiterate that the public hearing was the forum for introducing evidence and cross-examining witnesses for the proposed designation. The commission has received copies of any received correspondence as well as the transcript, documents, exhibits, and proposed findings and conclusions from the public hearing. However, I'll allow for brief comments from the property owner should he wish to address the commission. Is the property owner here on that? Okay, not. So if no other, are there any questions? No other questions? Commissioner Burns, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. The public hearing on the proposed designation of 2678 West Washington Boulevard was held September 14th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. and was simulcast to the general public via a link available at chicago.gov/CCL. The purpose of the hearing was to gather relevant facts and information to assist the Commission in deciding whether 2678 West Washington Boulevard meets the criteria for landmark designation set forth in Section 2-120-620 of the Municipal Code. I was the hearing officer on behalf of the Commission. Copies of the public hearing transcript and exhibits have been distributed to Commission members. The Commission's staff presentation recommending the proposed landmark designation was given by Candlin Hahn, project coordinator of the Historic Preservation Division. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, the Commission's rules and regulations allow the property owner or their representatives to question the staff. Neither the applicant nor a representative for the applicant were present. 4 members of the general public made statements in support of the proposed landmark designation. Another member of the general public indicated his support for the proposed designation but was unable to attend the meeting. The total length of the hearing was 1 hour and 49 minutes. Based on the information and testimony presented at the public hearing, the record of the public hearing, and the entire record before the Commission, I recommend that 2678 West Washington Boulevard meets 3 criteria for landmark designation set forth in the Municipal Code, and recommend that the Commission on Chicago Landmarks recommend to the City Council that the building be designated as a Chicago landmark. Now I would like to call on Candlin Hahn to make a presentation.
photographer today. So backing up a little bit, in August, the commission had approved the preliminary landmark recommendation. And in September, the commission heard DPD's report in support of that designation. So today, the final landmark recommendation is before you. By way of refresh, the site's located in East Garfield Park Community Area, 27th Ward. It sits mid-block between California and Talman Avenues and extends from Washington Boulevard to the next street north, Maypole Avenue. The property includes the 3 buildings. The structure in yellow is the main house, in purple is the dormitory, and in blue is the coach house. So originally built for wool merchant John Howard circa 1880, the home was purchased by tire magnate Fred Morgan in 1895. In 1923, Morgan's widow sold the home to the Chicago Home for Convalescent Women and Children. This charitable organization began in 1902, when no one else was providing poor women and later children a place to heal after being discharged from hospitals. By 1912, the need to provide the same type of convalescent care for children led the home to add a ward for children, and the organization assumed its then new name. The article at right makes clear that the home was, quote, open to anyone, irrespective of religion or nationality, end quote. Women were at the heart and head of the organization from its beginning. It was founded and run by women. Others, like those in the list shown at right, paid a subscription to support the charity's work, and others volunteered their time. Fundraising events for the charity were covered in the Women's Society pages of Chicago newspapers. So needed were the home services that by 1923, the organization had expanded beyond the capacity of its previous homes and purchased 2678 West Washington. It was their new headquarters and their home for women and children, with plans to add a new building specifically for the care of children. At the time, there was only one other non-sectarian, entirely free institution of its kind in the city. The organization went beyond healthcare to bring in teachers at 2678 so children could continue with school while in convalescence. By 1946, the charity closed its doors due to a shortage of hospital staff, and the property was donated to the Chicago Community Trust. The trust determined that an organization called the Florence Crittenton Anchorage had the mission most similar to that of the convalescent home, and offered use of it to the organization in 1949. That organization was founded in 1886 when it opened a mission, also known as an anchorage, for sex workers or those at risk for becoming one. In 1893, the local charity became associated with the national Florence Crittenton Mission network of women's shelters when it provided funding to the struggling Anchorage in Chicago. The national organization, named in honor of the original funder's late daughter, had been founded in 1883 to provide a home and education to girls and women being exploited for sex, escaping violent relationships, or trying to survive alone or as single mothers. Centered mainly in large cities, these shelters evolved over time to become maternity homes for unwed mothers. Chicago's Anchorage was a beacon for women across the city, one of the few charitable health care facilities that served any woman in need, regardless of nationality, race, or religion. Also unusual for the time, the facility was integrated and all residents lived together. The Chicago Anchorage's move to 2678 West Washington allowed the home to reopen in 1949. The main house was used for living rooms, a dining room, kitchens, offices, and staff quarters. The new dormitory was set up with 11 sleeping rooms, which could accommodate 30 residents, 2 nurseries, a nurse's station, and a room for preparing formula. The Anchorage strove to meet the social, physical, and emotional needs of its residents during their stay by providing enclosed yards for residents to go out of doors, appropriate nutrition, 24-hour nursing services, and connections to outside social service agencies if they did not already have one. The typical stay was 3 to 6 weeks. Throughout its existence, women volunteers were the backbone of the Anchorage from the organization and setup to fundraising. Women also staffed the facility as nurses, directors, and social workers. Services offered by the Anchorage evolved over its years. In its early years, the home sheltered not only homeless and destitute women, but also their young children, including those born to unmarried pregnant residents. One of the Anchorage's goals was to help mothers establish and maintain ties with their children. In the face of social censure of unmarried mothers, the Anchorage advocated the practice of unwed mothers maintaining custody of their children. As the program evolved, they the programs evolved to target the needs, and volunteers might teach sewing or hairstyling to aid future employment opportunities, while the home was remodeled for new uses, such as the recreation room with TV shown in the center. In the 1960s, in the 1960s, declining enrollment and subsequent financial problems led to the home's closure in 1973. The property was next acquired by the Volunteers of America, a national nonprofit social service organization that used the property to house the Living Center for Girls, a program for abused and neglected teenage women and girls between 1977 and 1998. The residential facility at 2678 West Washington provided social work, psychological, and child care services. The top floor of the main house was used for the VOA's chapter offices. The property's last institutional tenant was Intervoice Inc., a not-for-profit entity formed in 1984 as a soup kitchen on the west side of Chicago. Between 1998 and 2015, roughly, Intervoice operated a family shelter at the 2678 location for homeless individuals. To honor that work, a donated cast bronze sculpture entitled Passage was presented to the organization and installed at 2678 West Washington in 2011. The piece was meant to honor work done in Chicago to end homelessness. A little bit about the architecture. Originally a frame single-family residence, the house at 2678 Washington was constructed circa 1880 and has undergone stylistic, material, and configuration transformation, first as the home for merchant John Howard and later tire magnate Fred Morgan. Though built around the 1880s, the house's appearance today derives largely from an 1888 remodeling, which transformed it into a larger masonry structure. Characteristic of the Queen Anne style, the asymmetrical structure has a complex roofline and a tower with a conical roof. Its deep red pressed brick facades are ornamented with rusticated and smooth limestone. The photo at right shows west elevation details, which include a decorative chimney, hip-roofed dormer, pressed metal decoration in the gable, and stone arcade on the bow window. The one-story masonry building at the northwest corner of the parcel was designed by Hollibird and Roche and constructed in 1923 as a children's ward. The successor firm of Hollibird, Root, and Bergee was chosen by the Florence Crittenton Anchorage for 1948 remodeling work for a nursery and a one-story addition. The dormitory's classical symmetry, stuccoed walls, arched openings, coined surrounds and corners, and regular symmetrically placed window openings are all elements common to the period style of Italian Renaissance. However, the markedly steep pitch of the hipped roof on the modest one-story structure gives it a more rural Norman feel, suggestive of the period style of French eclectic. These period styles are part of the second phase of the eclectic movement of architecture in America, which dominated domestic architecture between the two world wars. The convalescent home for which the dormitory was built consciously looked toward residential styles for its design, as was traditional in women's and children's health care, where facilities were purposefully home-like to help put patients at ease. The two-story brick coach house at the property was constructed in 1895 with a later addition in 1926, in contrast to the main house and dormitory, whose integrity is substantially intact. Replacement of masonry with non-compatible split-face concrete masonry units over about half of the most visible elevation has compromised its integrity, and it's not considered a significant feature in the proposed designation. The 1923 dormitory was designed by Hollibird and Roche, as I said earlier. This was a firm recognized for its innovative contributions to the Chicago School of Architecture. During their partnership from 1883 to 1927, the firm was one of the most successful and prolific architectural firms in Chicago. Around the time the dormitory was built, the firm was responsible for 5 to 10% of construction in the city. In 1948, the successor firm, Holabird, Root and McGee, designed an addition and remodeling of the dormitory. The precursor firm, Holabird and Root, is responsible, along with Holabird and Roche, for some of Chicago's best-known landmarks. Over a dozen of the Holabird and Roche and Holabird and Root buildings are designated as individual Chicago landmarks, including the Old Colony Building, the Marquette, the City Hall County Building, the Three Arts Club, the Palmer House Hotel, 333 North Michigan, and the Chicago Board of Trade. So the proposed landmark designation lists the following significant historical and architectural features. All exterior elevations, including roof lines of the main house and dormitory, and the 2011 bronze passage sculpture. The current location of the sculpture is not integral to the site's historic configuration, so it may be moved or relocated elsewhere on the site. So the statue may be relocated elsewhere on the site. Alderman Walter Burnett Jr. is aware of the proposed designation. We again wish to thank Max Chavez of Preservation Chicago for sharing his research on the property. Staff has contacted the owner via mail, email, and voicemail multiple times, but unless he showed up in the last 10 minutes, he is not here today. However, there are some special people who have a personal connection to this who I think you might want to hear from, and I believe they've signed up with a comment card. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Candlin. Does the commission have any questions for Candlin at this time? Or Commissioner Burns? Okay. Having none, I will call for public comments. First person to sign up was Jenny Spinner. Come up and make your statement. Please step up to the microphone, state your name, and thanks for traveling.
Hi, my name is Jenny Spinner. I'm an English professor in Philadelphia, and this is my twin sister, Jackie Spinner, who is a journalism professor here in Chicago. So, in the spring of 1970, 5 months pregnant with my twin sister and me, our birth mother arrived at 2678 West Washington Boulevard, site of the Florence Critton in Anchorage. For the next 4 months, she resided in this home for unwed mothers, which provided a sort of witness protection from the truth of her situation. Other than some scattered mental snapshots and a handful of real ones she took with her camera while on walks around the East Garfield Park neighborhood, she doesn't remember much from her time at the Anchorage. Forgetting, she later told us, is easier than remembering. But she did tell us about those walks and about how the house could only do so much to hide her shame and fear and loneliness. Nobody other than the social workers at Lutheran Child and Family Services who arranged for her to live there knew where she was or why. On a sweltering day in mid-July, she walked through the signature black iron gate at the property's edge and never returned. 2 weeks later, she boarded a train for her family's farm in North Dakota, leaving behind identical twins and a secret she kept for nearly 4 decades. But as long as it stands, this house at Washington doesn't forget. It is a tangible reminder of a moment in the history of reproductive rights in the U.S. when homes like the Anchorage took in women who became pregnant out of wedlock and had no other options. It is also a landmark in the history of Chicago, a city deeply connected to the history of social service work in the United States. At first, my interest in this property was personal. When I drove by the house a couple of times over the years, wondering if my birth mother was also awed by its stately beauty when she first saw it, or if she had been too overwhelmed to notice, that was for me. When I reached out to the owner several years ago and asked for a look inside, a request he graciously granted, that was also for me. But eventually I understood the history of this house belonged not just to me, but to hundreds of others. The staff who worked there, the women who stayed there, and the neighbors who surrounded them in a black neighborhood whose own history has too often been neglected or not advocated for saving. The property's main house, so starkly out of place, eventually became something of a legend, according to the neighbors I talked to. They knew it must have a story. I spent months looking for that story in the records at the University of Chicago and Harold Washington libraries, poring over directors' reports, legal documents, architectural renderings, employee records, property inventories, and letters from women asking for shelter. their names and addresses blacked out. The case files of the hundreds of women who stayed at the Anchorage for the decades the house was open are gone, including our birth mothers. When the Anchorage closed, the intake cards were transferred to Children's Home and Age, which no longer has any record of them. The loss of these cards is a painful erasure of the women who sought refuge at the Anchorage, even if many of them have chosen silence. Their time at the Anchorage, as it was for our birth mother, a painful part of their life story. I'm here today, one woman with a face and a name and a story, one woman representing many others with their own stories, to ask you to grant this property the landmark status it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Blakemore?
A question. Did you reach out to the community? I know you said the Altman was Walter Burnett, and that Fulton Market and then goes over to Garfield Park. Did that area is in a transitional change, and gentrification is coming to Garfield Park. But I am asking you, before you approve this, did you have a community meeting? Not only a letter or something from Walter Burnett, but from the community? That's my question. If not, why not? Also, by me having history coming here, Mr. Cox was here. The next person that sits on this board should have an architecture degree. You know, it's very important to be knowledgeable about how the system works. Now you have an interim. A lot of things happen during this interim. It's very important that that the mayor and the alderman place somebody on planning and developing right now. Before several months of interim. That's bad public policy. Very bad public policy. So when one person goes, it shouldn't be months later. And I'm advocating for whoever the mayor placed will have an architecture degree, knowing about the value of the exterior of the buildings and the interior, and to advocate for these people who purchase these historical buildings. Just shouldn't be on the outside. It's to try to encourage them to keep the interior in place. And if they're not able to do that, they just want to buy it and a quick fix on the outside. But perhaps they don't need, they won't be a good steward, because some of these buildings shouldn't be gutted out. They can be brought back to their original plan, and that's your job to make sure that the interior is kept just like the exterior. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Mr. Chavez?
Did you hear what I said?
Mr. Chavez?
Every time.
You might not like it.
Every time I hear it.
Walter Burnett and the community should have been involved.
Good afternoon to the Commission. Max Chavez, Director of Research and Special Projects at Preservation Chicago. We are so happy to be here once more in support of 2678 West Washington Boulevard, as it's finally considered rightfully for final landmark recommendation. We certainly, at the outset, were very concerned, I would say even dismayed, when we were alerted to the news of the potential demolition of this very gorgeous building. As you can clearly see in photos of the site, the house is so stately and beautiful, and very much representative of the era in which it was built. So on those merits alone, that would make it an absolute tragedy to see this building come down. However, research on the site I think, unequivocally proves that 2678 is more than just a beautiful building. For a century, the house was home to some of Chicago's most giving and charitable organizations, most notably, as has been discussed, the Florence Crittenton Anchorage. The life-changing community care that mothers of all racial and economic backgrounds received here in this building undoubtedly altered the course of hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. The stories that we've learned about this incredible place really truly deserve, I think, to be enshrined alongside so many of Chicago's most heroic figures and indelible historic events. So we're very excited to see 2678 given a due course of consideration and research, thanks to the 90-day demolition hold that alerted us to the building's potential loss. So, in doing so, it allowed us to unearth important story after important story about this building, all of these stories came a little too close to being lost for good. So I want to thank everybody, especially the Landmark staff, who worked on elevating and telling the story of this building through research, and the people that came out and testified in favor of landmarking this site. So Preservation Chicago, just to reiterate, we are fully in support of the landmarking of 2678 West Washington Boulevard, and we're thrilled to potentially see it become Chicago's newest landmark building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Nobody else has signed up to speak in this matter. Is there any further discussion by the commission? If not, I'd like to request a motion to adopt the final landmark recommendation to City Council for the property located at 2678 West Washington Boulevard. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved, Commissioner Ponce. A second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jackwitz. Do the roll call. Commissioner Burns.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. The motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the report from the public hearing and final decision on the permit application for the demolition of a building pursuant to 2-120-740 through 2-120-825 of the Municipal Code at the same property, 2678 West Washington Boulevard. Before we begin this item, I'd like to note that all of the commissioners have received the full record of the public hearing conducted on this matter, including the transcript to review. The public hearing on this application was the second part of the public hearing held on September 14th. Acting Commissioner Patrick Murphy will recuse himself from the vote in accordance with the Commission's rules and regulations, which state that the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Development or his representative shall recuse themselves from any vote by the Commission on any final decision of a permit application. The Commission rules and regulations provide that the Commission shall only consider evidence or testimony included in the record of the hearing in determining whether to approve or disapprove the permit applications. For that reason, we will not allow additional evidence or testimony from the parties today. However, I will allow brief comments from the property owner should he wish to address the Commission. And is the owner here? Mr. Meza Ortega? If not, I don't believe he's here. Any questions by the Commission? No other questions. I'll ask Commissioner Burns for the hearing officer's findings and recommendation. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Chairman Wong. The following is a brief summary of the chronology of events relating to the Commission's involvement with permit application number 101013739 for the proposed demolition of the primary residence, or the main house, located at 2678 West Washington Boulevard. The demolition application was received by Commission staff on May 19th, 2023. At its regular meeting on August 3rd, 2023, the Commission voted to preliminarily disprove the application. The Commission found that the demolition of the main house at 2678 West Washington Boulevard is contrary to the criteria of Article 3, Section G.3.A of the Rules and Regulations, and per Section G.3.B is a per se adverse effect on the significant historical and architectural features of the property. On August 7th, 2023, Commission staff issued a letter to the applicant notifying them of the preliminary disapproval of the application and the public hearing scheduled for September 14th. A public hearing was held on September 14th, 2023, in accordance with the Landmarks Ordinance and the Commission's rules and regulations. Landmark Living 2678 LLC, which owns the property, was not represented at the public hearing. At the hearing, the Department of Planning and Development was granted party status, presented their arguments and evidence, and called their witness. The public was also given an opportunity to provide statements, and these are part of the record of the public hearing previously provided to all commissioners. Based on the evidence and testimony presented at the public hearing, the arguments of the Department of Planning and Development, the record of the public hearing, and the relevant criteria for reviewing permit applications, I recommend that the Commission disapprove the permit application for the demolition of the main house at 2678 West Washington. I have reached this conclusion based on the following evidence. 1, pursuant to Article 3, Section G.3b of the Commission's Rules and Regulations, I find that the demolition would have a per se adverse effect on the significant historical or architectural features of the main house. Additionally, its demolition would also have an adverse effect on the dormitory and on the proposed landmark as a whole. 2, I find the demolition of the main house would be contrary to Criterion 1 of Article 3, Section G.3a. Number 3, I find that the demolition of the main house would be contrary to the Commission's guidelines for alterations to historic buildings and new constructions, specifically with respect to the portions of those guidelines related to demolition. And finally, number 4, I find that the demolition of the main house would violate standards 1, 2, 5, and 6 of the U.S. Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation of Historic Buildings. In preparing my findings and conclusions, I reviewed the entire record of the public hearing. The Department of Planning and Development's proposed findings of fact and conclusions were consistent with and expand upon my findings and conclusions. Therefore, I recommend that the Commission adopt the Department of Planning and Development's proposed findings of fact and conclusions as its own. A copy of the proposed findings of facts and conclusions is at your places. This concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Are there any questions from the Commission for Commissioner Burns? Okay. I'll call for comments from the public. Mr. Blakemore, you did sign up for this. This is the report for the public hearing. Is there something more you'd like to say on this property?
Yes, I'm going to repeat myself. You know, people do things over and over again. When one purchases these historical sites, they should be able to do the exterior and the interior. I'm thinking about right here on Dearborn and Schiller, at that treehouse building. I kept wondering, I say, well, what's going on here? It taking its, I said, it's been working on this building for years. He had money. He could go and get artists and equipment from Europe or wherever to bring it back to its original site. So sometimes things end up with basic, the money. Even here, it's about the money. It's about the money right here. The people purchase these historical buildings, and they don't have the money to make it truly historical, both the exterior and the interior. You know, people play games here, and it ends up with the money. Because I lived in that area. You know, poor folks live all over town now. And I had to move out. I had to pay more rent. Moved about 2 blocks west. I kept asking about that building when I lived there. That man was rich. He was able to have a true historical building. So I advocate that to save these historical buildings, both the exterior and the interior.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. So you're in favor of the report, is that correct?
No.
Okay, just checking. If nobody else has signed up to speak, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt the hearing officer's proposed findings and conclusions in their entirety as the findings and conclusions of the commission. I note that by adopting these findings and conclusions, the commission will be disapproving the permit application for demolition of 2678 West Washington Boulevard. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Rubin. Second?
Second, Commissioner Yurkevich.
Thank you. I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Burns?
Am I supposed to vote on this?
Yes. Oh, you were the hearing officer.
I'm happy to vote yes, but I'm just not sure the protocol on that one.
Yeah. We don't have law here, but Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy? Oh, you're recusing yourself. Whew, having a rough day here today. Commissioner Ponce, you did not, yeah. Commissioner Ponce.
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the citywide Adopt a Landmark Fund. This is informational for the KAM Isaiah Israel Temple located at 1100 East Hyde Park Boulevard. This is in the 4th Ward. I will state there's no resolution before the commission on this agenda item. It's for informational purposes only. And Mr. Kleiber, if you could let us know what's going on here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today with an informational overview of another completed Adopt a Landmark project. You may recall that KAM Isaiah Israel Temple Congregation, the owner of the KAM Isaiah Israel Temple, was before you in July of 2022 for an Adopt a Landmark budget and scope of work that focused on stained glass restoration work. The Adopt a Landmark grant award was for $250,000. For orientation, the KAM Isaiah Israel Temple is located at 1100 East Hyde Park Boulevard within the Kenwood community area and the 4th Ward. Constructed in 1924 and designed by distinguished architect Alfred L. Schuler, KAM Isaiah Israel Temple houses the oldest Jewish congregation in the entire Midwest and traces its roots to 1847. Designated as a City of Chicago landmark in 1977, the Byzantine structure is well known for its stained glass windows that depict biblical scenes throughout the sanctuary and beyond. Fast forwarding to 2022, the windows were in need of repair, cleaning, reputtying, resecuring of steel reinforcing bars, installation of new steel in selected spots, and repair of cracked glass. There were approximately 60 windows around the sanctuary and other spaces of various sizes that were addressed as part of the Adopt a Landmark scope of work. KAM chose DePrato Regali to do this work, and JLK was the project architect. Before you is some of the work in progress, which was started last fall and finished earlier this year. Before you now shows a sample of some of the work as seen from the exterior. All of the existing protection glass was replaced with 1/4 inch plate glass, and it was caulked and sealed. Before you now are additional examples from the interior, and in many cases the mechanisms that operated the windows were broken, and so they were repaired, and again glass was repaired as needed, reputtied, cleaned, etc. The image on the right shows a restored window now in an open position, which is able to be done. And although it was outside of the scope of the specific Adopt a Landmark project, it should be noted that the entire sanctuary ceiling was completely cleaned around the time of the window restoration work as well. Before you is a sample of some of the work in progress, along with the elaborate scaffolding system in place during the work. And of course, when the ceiling work is combined with the window work, you can see how much brighter the interior sanctuary space is in the end. Lastly, in terms of the numbers, the overall budget for the Adopt a Landmark project was $430,946, and again, the grant amount was $250,000 of that. And in the end, the project came in right at the budgeted amount. And as we noted last summer, this Adopt a Landmark project is just one recent capital improvement project that KAM undertook or is currently undertaking. Multiple millions of dollars in investment by the congregation for several projects, including a new roof and tuck pointing around the entire building, have also occurred, but again, that's all outside of the scope of the Adopt a Landmark project. That concludes my presentation, and with me today is Fred Stein of the congregation, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the grant agreement itself. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Clyburn. Does the commission have any questions for Dan this time? Having none, Mr. Stein, would you like to make a statement?
Only to express our thanks and gratitude for this grant that enabled us to expand the scope of the work we've done and include the stained glass. Very great.
Thank you, sir. We are not taking a vote on this. There's no resolution. Therefore, there really is no, I'm sorry, what? Oh. Well, hang on just one second. Well, first, Joan, did you sign up? Oh, no. You need to sign up. That's okay. Hang on. Again, there is no resolution on this, and therefore, public comments actually are not a part of this. But I am going to allow the people who have signed up a minute to make your statements. Let me start with Mr. Blakemore. You got a minute.
I got what?
1 minute, sir.
What other speakers
Well, I'm gonna give other people, everybody, 1 minute. You got 1 minute. Yeah. I'm allowing it.
Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. No, I asked this question. How much money would this adopt a landmark? And I was thinking about the Regal and the politics that comes down here with these ultimates. That landmark on I think that's Stone Island 79th, somewhere in that area. The Regal Theater. Well, it's something, politics is not supposed to be played with these historical sites and money. So those people was able to do a lot funding on their own, but they still came back to the city for those windows and $250,000. All right? Well, the Regal needs money too. And whatever's going on with Michelle Harris and the owner of that building should stop. And you all should adopt that particular location there. So the games that people play with politics and historical, that's not good government.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Mr. Miller, 1 minute.
Ward Miller, the Executive Director of Preservation Chicago. I just want to say how important this program, the Adopt a Landmarks program, is to our landmark buildings in the city of Chicago, how remarkable this project is. We worked with Fred Stein of KAM II, Isaiah Israel, worked with Jack Spicer of the Hyde Park Historical Society to encourage this grant, the application of this grant. And of course, Joan Pomerantz is also in the audience with American Institute of Architects. We very much supported this nomination. This is a multi-million-dollar renovation, and this money to restore these beautiful windows is really well noted. This is more than just a religious space. This is a community space, and it's an investment in our landmarks. And this program is so remarkable. I would love you to expand it to more than just 10% of the neighborhood and opportunity zone. I'm speaking to you, new commissioner. and to our mayor, and just want to say how important this is to
Thank you, Mr.
communities
Miller.
across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Joan, you got 1 minute.
I don't even need a minute. So Fred already said how appreciative we are. I am Joan Pomerantz. I'm a member of the congregation, and yes, I do work at AI Chicago. We are going to be open during Open House Chicago, so if you want to come see the windows, please drop by on October 14th or 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that item was informational only. The next item on the agenda is the Program Committee Report. This is a recommendation to the Illinois Historic Sites Advisory Council on nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. We have two items here. The multiple property document for the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party in Cook County, and those are various sites. And the Church of the Epiphany amendment in the 34th Ward, located at 201 South Ashland Avenue. The report and suggestions were received from the public for possible Chicago landmark designations. The deadline was September 11th, 2023, and Commissioner Ponce, you're on for the report.
Yes. I want to report that the program committee met on September 19th to hear public comments on 12 suggestions for possible Chicago landmark designation that have been received from the public since the previous program committee meeting. The suggestions and comments have been forwarded to Historic Preservation Division staff for further review and consideration. No action by the full commission is needed. I also want to report that the program committee reviewed, on behalf of the full commission, one nomination of a multiple property document listing and one amendment to an existing listing to the National Register of Historic Places. The commission's review of this nomination and amendment is under its authority as a certified local government under the National Historic Preservation Act, which gives the commission the opportunity to comment on National Register nominations for Chicago properties. The nomination and amendment are listed on today's commission agenda and are multiple property document, Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party in Cook County, Illinois, in various wards. Church of the Epiphany, the amendment located in Ward 34, 201 South Ashland Avenue. The program committee voted to recommend that the full commission support the National Register nomination and the amendment to the existing listing. You have two recommendations to that effect in front of you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Ponce. Are there any questions of Commissioner Ponce by the commission? Having none, a number of people signed up to speak. I'm going to call the names in the cards. If you could come up and state your name and organization and your statement. Let me start with Kendra Parson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kendra Parson. I'm the Advocacy Manager for Landmarks Illinois, and I would like to express our support for both the multiple property document for the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party and the amendment to the National Register nomination for the Church of the Epiphany. Landmarks Illinois has supported the efforts of the Historical Preservation Society of the Illinois Black Panther Party for the past several years. The Illinois Black Panther Party was an important social and political force whose influence bettered the lives of people across Chicagoland and nationwide. The organization led over 60 survival programs addressing immediate community needs, some of which led to national legislation. The successful listing of the MPD will provide a path to rightfully recognize the significance of cultural heritage resources associated with this critical work. Landmarks Illinois fully supports this nomination. We look forward to continuing our partnership in this initiative. On behalf of the Historical Society, I'm also happy to be able to share that these nominations have the support of David Chase, who is the current owner of the Church of the Epiphany. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person who signed up to speak, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., and son of Chairman Fred Hampton, also of Akua and Jerry, formerly known as Deborah Johnson. I want to attempt to put this in context. I literally just came back from Montgomery, Alabama, speaking at the Legacy Museum, in which we was talking about some issues in regards to the co-opting of history. And we talking about the importance of making sure we cross the T's and dot the I's, and he's talking about the difficulties they had in regards to how much misinformation was put out that they had to change from regard to the history of chattel slavery up until the present day prison situation. I'll also put this in context about the situation, the monument in Washington, D.C. with Dr. Martin Luther King. I discussed with members there, the late Dr. Maya Angelou, how she had to go back and they had to take out some of the words that were incorrectly placed on there. To cut to the chase, we are adamantly against this being acknowledged in regards to anything with the Black Panther Party. I'm speaking on behalf of members of the Black Panther Party. I'm speaking on behalf of the recipients of the Free Breakfast Program, other survivors of the Black Panther Party. People in the residing community. I have some people who came here also, some children who were subjected to a lot of the misinformation with the damage control to clean it up. From face value, you may say, well, this is a good thing to put it out. And some people have even positioned to me, well, Chairman Fred Hampton, at least the information, at least it's getting out there. Don't worry about some of the inaccuracies of it. The question of race is a sensitive subject, in particular Chicago, one of the most segregated cities in the country. The question of the Black Panther Party is a more sensitive and more intensified sensitive subject. And I think back when Malcolm X talked about the initial March on Washington, it was initially organized by the people, the masses. There was a concerted effort, with some nefarious and some naively, that put forward to say, well, by the ruling class, by the string pullers, they said, we can't stop it, let's co-opt it, let's change it, make it something to be. I grew up in the community, me and my colleagues, we were subjected to misinformation of the Black Panther Party. We were told it was a gang, a racist organization. In fact, I was suspended from school for merely mentioning about the Black Panther Party. It took a lot of work to get to the stage in the game and have this conversation openly. Now, we're having some conversation. Ironically, some of the same ruling class institutions that benefit of the blood, little blood, of the massacre, the assassinations of representatives of the Black Panther Party, attempt to come back and co-opt and hijack this legacy. Again, for the record, we are adamantly against this being acknowledged.
Thank you, sir. Mary Lou Seidel.
Hello again, Mary Lou Seidel, Director of Community Engagement for Preservation Chicago, and now I can welcome Commissioner Patrick Murphy. Hi, you were out earlier. I worked with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. on landmarking the Maywood home that was the childhood home of his father. I worked very closely with Chairman Fred and his mother, and even involved in conversations with Huey P. Newton's widow, which was a phenomenal and remarkable experience for me. I have also been working with Layla, who has been working on the Illinois Black Panther Party nomination that's before you today. And I think the number of Black Panther Party members who are with her, who she has interviewed, whose stories she's including, it's been important to the Black Panther Party from the very beginning. When Fred Hampton was murdered, they made sure to mention Mark, whose name right now I cannot remember, who was also murdered on that same day, because not any one member of the Illinois Black Panther Party is more important than the others, and we need to tell this history. I am overjoyed that the nomination for the Church of the Epiphany finally tells the Black Panther Party that history, and I'm amazed that this nomination has come forward, the amount of research and interviews and personal accounts that had to be accumulated. I think it's been a phenomenal. I don't know what Chairman Fred Jr.'s issues specifically with this report are, but I have seen a report that is well documented and researched and is finally elevating the entirety of the Black Panther Party story to the world. And all due respect to Chairman Fred Jr. and his group of people, because they are an amazing group of people as well. And I think your father would be so sad that the party is splitting up at a moment like this when you should be lifting up this history together. I think everybody would be disappointed that there's a fight going on about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Mr. Blakemore?
I know Fred Hampton Jr.'s mother, and I know him for years, down in the basement, inner city study. Oh, and I am listening, and I am believing everything that the young man said. Race is a problem in the city of Chicago. I see color. I see injustice. So if he's the expert, I would look at that. I heard the lady report, and I saw color. A white lady. And a black man gonna get up here and say he's against it? Which way are you going, Mr. Blakemore? Can't you see my hair is nappy? Can't you see I'm black? Can't you see it? Stay out of our business. Stay out of it. So I see color. I see money. I see racism. Chicago is known to be one of the most racist cities in the United States. That's what Dr. King said. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to have some good, fair white folks, abolitionists or whatever. I'm not the one. I am not the one. So I listen to him. You know me. I know you. I know your daughter. I know your family. So I stand in solidarity with you and not with y'all. So you heard that.
Thank you, Ms. Blakemore.
Not with you, but with them.
Mujahid Rahim.
Hello, Commission. My name is Mujahid Rahim. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. Just like he previously stated, before meeting Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., it was the media pushes a lot of negative, or I shouldn't say negative, but wrong misinterpretation of the Black Panther Party. Before meeting him, I thought the Black Panther Party was more so of a violent organization. I know a lot of media representations, like I saw an old school movie of them. It was more portraying violence and a violent organization, or like he said, even like something like a gang. But I remember meeting him, it was closer to my 7th grade year. I met him and he showed me how to cross-reference, something that we all use in education today, cross-referencing data and cross-referencing sources. So when I met him, he showed me how to know, don't just go straight to Wikipedia and take something off Wikipedia and use that as a credible source. You have to actually do research and have to actually go out and sometimes even do groundwork, ask communities of people that was alive, or you get what I'm saying, cross-reference research, something that we all use. So when I actually did the research and actually learned, man, we had free breakfast in school because of something that these people stood firm and believed and really and died for, was assassinated for. It was free healthcare clinics in places that don't have trauma units, free breakfast programs and food deserts. It was so much more than just, like he said put earlier, just a gang. And that simple thing like cross-referencing and sources drove it planted the seed that germinated for me to become academically rigorous and pursue education and become stronger in it, which drove me to skip 8th grade and go to Whitney Young and graduate in places that people are doing way worse things, simple stuff like that. And I believe that because of him and people that actually represent us, we have people representing programs that don't even know the names of people that was the major people assassinated on that day, trying to dictate and come up here and speak on behalf of people who were really affected by this. People don't have any type of relationship to struggles of what people went through, portraying like they are the face of real change. Like it's unbelievable. But just that simple thing, I don't want to talk y'all ear off, but that was very important to me. And because of him, that simple step, like cross-referencing, something everyone does, sources, it made me understand that false information can be displayed through media, and we're all affected by that, and everyone should cross-reference and do deeper research.
Thank you, Mr. Rahim. Isaiah Smith.
Free them all, right on. How y'all doing? I myself am a witness, a youth troop leader for the youth community. That man back there, it's a difference between playing the game and being in the game and actually engaging. You know what I'm saying? That man back there changed my life. Like Mujahid said, that's my brother. We both went to public school, hijacked of our whole history. You really don't know who you are, you know what I'm saying? And it's a big difference between being in the field and actually interacting, you know what I'm saying? And feeling that and getting that energy. And I never felt more alive ever since. Now I am a leader for the youth, the next generation. We need more of that, you know what I'm saying? More engagement. Just talking and it's not gonna do enough. So I say no, free them all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ward Miller.
I'm going to defer mine to the next speaker.
Okay. That was the last speaker.
Be there? I will do it. For the record, Ward Miller, I'm the Richard H. Treehouse Executive Director of Preservation Chicago. I respectfully disagree with some of the testimony today. When I was growing up in Chicago, and I went to Whitney Young, and first class, these sites of Black Panther history were interpreted differently to me from what I saw in the news, and I think the idea here is to correct that history and to acknowledge the great accomplishments of the Black Panther Party with a free lunch program and so many of the community outreach efforts they provided, and like the free lunch program is now a standard throughout the United States. So we understand that. I also worked as a project architect on the Church of the Epiphany, which is part of your package today. And that church was also known as the People's Church, and it was supposed to be a designated Chicago soul landmark, but at the last minute, that permission to designate was pulled. While I was working on the project, we were able to get it into the report as an extension of the Jackson Boulevard Extension District. But what I want to share is that when we were looking at that initial preliminary report, we couldn't talk about the Black Panther history. We talked about architecture and the community of the near west side from 1885, when the Church of the Epiphany was built in the Romanesque Richardson style, to about 1940, World War I. It wasn't appropriate to consider that, and I think it's wonderful now that we're in an age and a place where we can talk about all of these histories and share them. And I want you to know that there are a number of times where the former Episcopal of the Church of the Epiphany, which is now the Epiphany Center for the Arts, which is pretty magnificent, is now recognized for its whole history from its very origins to today. And that includes the Black Panther history. And I just want to say, numerous times in the past, that building was slated for demolition. It was known as the People's Church in the community. Old timers will tell you that there was graffiti on most of the buildings in that vicinity, but the People's Church, the Church of the Epiphany, was always free of any type of demarcation, free of graffiti, and it was really a community center and a community church. And I'm very proud to say now it has been returned as a community center, as Epiphany Center for the Arts, and many great programs are happening there. I think there's the opportunity here to share this great history. I think there's the opportunity here to share more history in the future to this national nomination to the National Register of Historic Places, and we want to be supportive of an effort that really tries its best to tell the clear story of this very tough time in Chicago history. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Apparently I was wrong. There are a couple more speakers. Lila Wells.
I will be last after I hear what, I am the presenter of this, so then I can counter whatever they're saying. So let them continue on.
Dr. LaShawn Latrice.
No, you can't, no, Commissioner, all due respect, let's respect the rules. There's an order to this, Commissioner, let's respect that.
You ordered them around, you don't order me around.
That's Commissioner.
Hey.
You can lie to them, but you can't lie to us.
Let's respect the rules, Commissioner.
Yeah, I said it. You can lie to them, but you can't lie
She's
to us.
called first, Commissioner.
Sir.
Ms. Wills, I'm going to ask you to come up.
My name is Layla Wills, and I thank you so much for this day. This is a project we've been working on for 3 years. I just want to be clear that both of my parents were in the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. They are both still living. I interviewed numerous party members, and the list is inside of the documentation. We were very public with this for the last 3 years. We are the Historical Preservation Society of the Illinois chapter. The top 2 ranking members of the Illinois chapter, which is Congressman Bobby Rush and Deputy Minister of Education Billy Che Brooks, have been interviewed for this. All of our references have been triple checked. We have invited Fred Hampton Jr. and his mother to the table numerous times. They've not responded ever until it's time to make a scene, which is what they do and have done through the years. So we are in full integrity. And it is ironic because the Chicago Police Department shot up our house in Altgale Gardens when I was a baby at 6 weeks old. So it is ironic to be here at the structure, but I'm not sure how the structure's benefiting or anybody else like they benefited from a Warner Brothers movie, okay? So that's why we're here, and thank you for this day.
Thank you, Ms. Wills.
Do some background checks.
Dr. LaShawn Latrice. Could we, hey, I'm going to ask you to, please do not do this in this room. Dr. Latrice.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Dr. LaShawn Latrice. I am standing in support of the Black Panther Party with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. I just want to keep this very brief. As I sat here, I was going to not speak because I thought that once Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. spoke, that it would kind of solidify that there is an issue at hand about this project moving forward. I oppose it. I'm speaking to say I oppose it, but as I listened to those young men talk, and they talked about the impression and the understanding of education that they have had, I think that's phenomenal. But what stands out to me is I hear historians, I hear preservation experts talking about a project moving forward, but I feel like they're dismissing the fact that there is an issue at hand. And if we do not recognize that there is an issue, we cannot afford to sit quietly when something is not being noticed. If you have the core person who is impacted by the life of Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., you have his son standing saying he is in opposition, how could we come behind and say, with all due respect, because that's disrespect. It's not respect at all to say with all due respect. All that says is you're dismissing the fact that he expressed that he disagrees with this entire project moving forward. So please, Commission, take into consideration that you have someone that is pushing forth on the ground every day, moving to edify the people. When we edify the people, we edify the communities. There is no way someone who is outside of this project or outside of the Black Panther Party can speak on behalf of the Black Panther Party. So I just ask that you all take in strong consideration that this is something that is being opposed vehemently. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who's signed up to speak? There's been nobody else.
I'm sorry, one last quick thing is that I wanted to say for the record that I worked on landmarking the Hampton House in Maywood for 8 months with him. And that's when I said, we need to landmark the entire party. I didn't even know how extensive their work was. So there was no problem at all.
Thank you, Ms.
I don't
Moore.
know if we should be engaged in reporting back and forth.
No, because it's about
Commissioner,
documenting.
I don't know if we should be reporting back.
I agree with you. I agree with you, sir.
Table this,
Yeah,
table it
Yeah.
to another time.
okay.
Table this, don't pass the table it.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Are there questions? I'm sure there's going to be discussion by this commission. So, anybody have any comments?
That's why we need more black people on these commissions. We don't want them to be.
Sir,
We need more.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes? Sorry,
This is tough.
go ahead.
I would like to understand, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., what is the opposition? What's the reason for the opposition? Do we fully understand what's happening with the properties if this passes?
It's a detriment to history. It's a detriment to history. I said earlier, as I just said earlier, I just came back from the Legacy Museum. On the face value, it may be certain.
You can speak in the microphone, sir.
It's a combination of nefarious and naivety. I don't know how deep this goes, but there's an intentional to hijack the legacy of the Black Panther Party. Throughout the country, we've had to do damage control from bogus organizations that were created. We found out later on that the U.S. government created them. One thing that came out a few years back was that over 76%.
Excuse me, can you guys respect that he's speaking, please?
Thank you.
So that I can hear, so that we can hear. Thank you.
One of the things that came out a few years ago was that over 76% of the information written about the Black Panther Party was authored by the federal government. Things that from the naked eye people may see as minuscule is no big problem, play major roles. We had to do a lot of damage control, and there are certain people, and in fact there was a common position that we had. In the case of the Black Panther Party, the history of the Black Panther Party, it still remains under attack. Right now, where Chairman Fred is buried at, his tombstone is shot up annually by law enforcement, right now as we speak. There have been books that have been funded by the state. There's an attempted, so some people might come in for different issues, whatever the case may be, but the deal is, there have been musicians, artists, to take the history and co-opt it. That narrative, it took a long time to get to this day. I come into contact with countless of children who say, well, I read this book, and they go back to the books, you go back and check it. Once it's reinforced, Mary Lou, she mentioned she worked with me before. I know she also acknowledged the damage control we had to do with the misinformation that she had. We had so much we had to correct, because people would go back and say, well, Wikipedia said this. This is extremely dangerous at a time where artificial intelligence is talking about AI. People can take something and quote a voice and say, well, this is where it comes from. history. We're talking about the critical, this is a time of critical race theory in Florida. We're talking about just change the word from slavery to a worker. For a naked eye, it makes, what does it make a big deal? It makes a great
It does.
deal.
Okay, and please stay. I guess my, for me, and I joined this commission for the purpose of having more equitable landmarking. And what that means is, in addition to the affluent neighborhoods in our downtown center, we have saved and we continue to save lots of properties in those areas. I joined this commission so that that can spread to our communities and our legacy and our history. And a project like this means doing that. And I want to separate the history, the storytelling, the misinterpretation of all of the history of the Black Panthers from the properties themselves. We have to save the properties for there to even be a history telling.
All due respect, you cannot disconnect. You cannot disconnect the people that are the behind the scenes on the paperwork. Who the legacy, the history is given to. A lot of people say, me and comedian Dave Chappelle had a conversation one time, and he said, you know what, I learned about Fred Hampton from different people.
Yeah.
That impacts, and I said, no, I learned about Chairman Fred through theory and through practice. It makes you cannot take certain narratives and say, well, we're just going to take this part and say we're not going to acknowledge that it comes from a Confederate general, and so we're going to talk about slavery. Everyone has a certain amount of subjectivity, including myself.
Yeah.
There are objective realities, though, and when you're talking about something that's contentious, it's a race question in the city of Chicago. It's contentious. It's dynamic into an organization that was targeted by the federal government. That to this day, there's more and more information coming out, and some people have an issue they don't want it to come out.
Yeah.
We welcome it. However, once you've got this, you cannot come in and say, okay, we're going to validate this part. Well, we're going to hold back. We say, well, just take this without giving that. The whole is connected. The forces, the people. You go back and look at the history. Who is connected to it? Who is it?
So a consequence, if we don't save the physical property, and I know I holistically understand what you're saying about disconnecting the property from the history because they are step and step. I completely understand that. But if we don't save the properties, the alternative is that the properties could be bulldozed and erased, which has happened so many times through our neighborhoods. It almost happened to Emmett Till's childhood home, right? So I think this commission, and we don't have a say and control, unfortunately, over the oral history that you're talking about. But we as a commission control the physical property, and that's where the line is for us.
And once you green like that, once you green like that, it's complicit. It's a machine to hijack this legacy. You cannot pick and choose, all due respect. You cannot pick and choose, so all we do is vote for this part of it. There's a whole entire machine. There's a whole machine, again, at this attack on this legacy of the Black Panther Party. And no one can say, well, the role I played was minuscule. All I did was I played this. Some of the arguments raised in regards to chattel slavery. People say, well, how are we going to survive? People say, well, I just played this role. I wrote this article. We tell this condition is not community. The media, they say, well, all I did was report it. I wasn't complicit with the police killing you. The media, how it's reported, the terms that are used, we have this discussion. All the different factors are complicit. No one can claim neutrality. There comes a time, there comes a stage in the game when the lines are drawn, so which side of history will you be on?
I want to clarify a couple things here. Number one, and I appreciate this discussion.
Same way.
I definitely appreciate this discussion. What we are talking about here in this program committee is a recommendation to the state for the National Historic. The state will do what they're going to go through their process as well. And so it is the city of Chicago's recommendation to them. It is not, we're not saying that these properties should be demolished or should not be demolished. It is a recommendation. Commissioner Ponce, can you read your...
Commissioner, can I ask one thing?
Yes, sir.
Let me say this, all due respect. A lot of people try to give a reactionary assessment to happen December the 4th, 1969.
Yeah.
They said that the police just came through and assassinated Chairman Fred. However, it was a lot more deeper than that. Then all the lights on the west side of Chicago were cut off. All the lights on the west side of Chicago were cut off. The YMCA had took a group of young brothers, 12 and 14 years old, and they sent them out of town on a winter retreat. They can say, well, we didn't know they were going to assassinate him. People put us at their homes. All the drug spots on the west side were cleaned up. These are different dynamics, different apparatuses. Members of its security were placed in isolation in Cook County Jail. Again, these are different tentacles. So no one can say, well, my tentacle was not responsible for this engine, for this car crash, on a legacy of an organization that stood up to this day the world recognizes.
Understood.
And you know, the state and the city is all connected.
Commissioner Ponce.
All connected. National, state, local, all connected with this democratic machine.
What we're looking at is recommendations of the program committee on the amendment to the existing National Register property listing for the Church of the Epiphany and the nomination of a multiple property document regarding the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party to the National Register.
Chairman,
Commissioner Burns.
I have a clarification either for you or for the staff. If this property were to receive a designation.
Can you speak
as
into
a-
the mic?
Oh, sorry. If this property were to receive a designation to the National Register, does that designation provide protection for these sites from demolition?
Commissioners, just to respond to your question and also to reiterate what Commissioner Wong has indicated, the Landmarks Commission, your action today is just an advisory opinion. If you choose to provide one, it will be sent to the state as they are making their decision on this nomination. This is not going to provide any physical protection because we're not acting on a Chicago landmark designation. Just a fact of providing a comment, and that comment is not required by the state. They will move through their process with or without this commission's position.
Excuse me. Oh, I come from a community that has been deprived of real models. I come from a community that prefers a demolished truth as opposed to a structured lie. A demolished truth. You're talking about this question about the building. Many people want this facade of freedom. Well, let's build it on a lie. Let's keep going. But let's not talk about that truth. So the question come up: why was there some contradictions? Who took what position? And that includes everyone from the media to all due respect to the commissioners.
No. Hang on. Ms. Wills, hang on. Okay. Commissioner Hughes, are you, I just wanted to make sure that we kind of understood where we were going with this. Because we could go, this is a serious conversation. This is a serious conversation. Excuse me, Ms. Wills, please. No. Thank you. Jim and Fred Jr., thank you very much. We've heard your voices. We've heard all of this testimony. Appreciate you coming out. This is a recommendation from this body to the state. As Deanna had mentioned, the state's going to do what they're going to do. And what I would like to do is call for a vote, call for a motion to approve this recommendation. And we can take the vote. We could take the vote as it is.
I'd like to make a comment first.
Yeah, go ahead.
With all due respect to the process for a registration designation, it concerns me greatly that the people who are the community that we're talking about trying to advance oppose the step that is before us. This isn't our story. It's their story. And
Commissioner Burns, yes, I get it.
And I'm not sure that there's an opportunity to come back together to better, I don't feel like I understand enough about the opposition or the recommendation to advance to be comfortable to weigh in on this. And it seems to me that regardless of opportunity, because I don't know about that either, that the folks whose story this is feel unheard. And I think we need to pause and figure out where there's an opportunity so that not we say we gave you an opportunity, but they say we have been heard first before we advance this. That's my comment.
So my recommendation here is, let's put it on the table for a vote, and you can vote however you want to vote. And we will, you know, okay? And it'll come out. So I'm going to ask her to request a motion to approve the recommendations of the program committee for the amendment to the existing National Register property listing for the Church of the Epiphany and the nomination of multiple property document regarding the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party to the National Register. Is there a motion? I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
There's no second, so go on to something else.
There's no second, then
Thank you.
we drop it? Okay. No second, we drop it. Item number 8 is the Permanent Review Committee reports. Report on the projects reviewed at September 7th. And Commissioner Jekowitz.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The Permit Review Committee reviewed 5 projects at its September 7th, 2023 meeting. All 5 projects were approved with conditions. This report summarizing the scope of the proposed project and the committee's decisions was included in your packets, and this report is for your information and for the record.
Thank you. Is Emily here for the Joyce, you're doing it? Okay.
Okay, so staff reviewed 108 permit applications last month. A total of 128 reviews were performed by staff, and the average number of days to issue the approval or corrections was 3.8 days.
Thank you. Mr. Blakemore, you did sign up to speak on this. These are the Permit Review Committee reports. Okay. Thank you, sir. Announcements. The 2023 Preservation Excellence Awards will be November 2nd, 2023 at 3 o'clock at the Chicago Cultural Center at 78 East Washington at the Preston Bradley Hall. That's the announcement. And the last is the adjournment. Having no further, I'd like to request a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So, second, Commissioner Jekowitz.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Commissioner Jekowitz.
Permit Review Committee will begin at 3:24.
Can you either eject or just be responsible for bringing it back? Either's fine with me. Okay, thanks.
Oh, okay. You can actually make this yourself if you want to. Yeah.
Right forward.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, good to see you.
Yeah.
Can I give you a card? You got my card. I don't.
Family members who are law enforcement.
Maybe if you just
Back then, things that were getting talked about.
yeah, just picture it.
It's just such a complex subject.
With that observation. Good to see you. What a wonderful outfit. Yeah, it was.
I mean, I'd love to know more of the details.
I'm curious, yeah. It's hard to come in now.
Where's that, Jim? Yeah, I'm not getting paid to come back.
I'm gonna put you on fast forward to you talking like.
Try. I could try first, so.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I got so many haters out here.
Oh, really? Oh, no kidding.
Hey, Craig. How you doing? Yeah, we're third on deck, so we got a little bit there. First time, so it's interesting.
Yeah, I remember having to skip where I guess that's the three.
Yeah. Right. If you would city,
A lot of views about worship. Well, I mean, the thing is, we have one good after reading. They should be very basic. And the motto is Caroline and those folks, because they're the ones who are making it.
deciding.
Director of Advocacy for the Chicago chapter. Part of one of my co-committees. We meet with the building department once a month. It is really. She was here today. Right. Exactly. So do you have a fair amount
I'll put it down.
Hello there, Mr. Blakeman. How are you? Yeah. Oh, no kidding.
Okay. It's 3:24. All right, it's 3:24, and I would like to call the Permit Review Committee meeting to order. And we'll begin with the roll call of committee members. Commissioner Ponce.
Present.
Commissioner Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Rubin.
Present.
I'm present, and we have a quorum. And I'd like to begin with requesting a motion to approve the meeting minutes from our September 7th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Ponce has moved. And do we have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Rubin. I'm a yes, and Commissioner Hughes has stepped out for a minute. And I believe the motion still carries. Yes. And the minutes are approved, and they will be posted on the Commission's website. And today, there are 6 projects on the agenda for today's meeting. Staff to the Commission will present the projects on the agenda and state their recommendation. Following the presentation, the committee will have the opportunity to ask questions of the staff. The applicant may then make a statement. Following the applicant's statements, members of the public may make their statements. And I would ask anyone other than the applicant wishing to make a statement on any item on today's agenda to complete a public comment card and give the card to a member of the staff. Comment cards are available at the door. As a courtesy to other individuals wishing to offer comments, we ask that members of the general public limit your statement to 3 minutes or less. When the time comes for public comment on the individual item on the agenda, I will call the names for the cards and ask you to come forward to the microphone and make your statement. You please state your name and your interest, organization, and company you represent, if any. And we will go into our agenda. We're going to go a little bit out of order today, starting with item number 2, 2348 South Indiana in the 3rd Ward, Alderman Dowell Motor Road District. It is the proposed new construction of a 2-story, 64,000 square foot optical signal processing plant, and we'll call on Tyler Taylor for the report.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner. As was stated, this proposal is for the new infill construction of a 35,300 square foot optical signal processing plant on a vacant site in the Motor Road District. The existing vacant property owned by Lumen Communications is irregularly shaped with frontage on South Michigan to the west, East 24th Street to the south, South Indiana to the east, and a public alley to the north. The adjacent lot to the northwest is occupied by the contributing Fiat building at 2347 South Michigan. The existing lot is currently used for surface parking with 2 curb cuts on 24th Street. The lot to the west on Michigan is proposed to be sold for future development, and the new facility constructed on the east portion. A new 20-foot wide alley between the lots would provide vehicle access and loading access to the rear of both lots. This is consistent with the historic pattern of development for the district, as the contributing buildings all had vehicle access from the alleys rather than from primary streets. The property is on the former site of the Packard building and Bennington Flats building, both now demolished, as seen here on the fire insurance map from 1911. The first floor of the proposed facility will contain the primary equipment and support spaces with an exterior yard at the northwest, surrounded by a screen wall for generators in the loading area. Most of the second floor is space reserved for future expansion of signal processing equipment. I'm sorry, that's the second floor. The roof level has 2 proposed penthouses, one for roof access at the southwest, containing a stair and elevator, and a mechanical penthouse with a louvered enclosure for rooftop equipment. The proposed building is 44 foot 2 inches in height to the main parapet and 56 foot 7 to the top of the penthouse. The height from the first floor to the second is 17 foot 8 inches, and from the second floor to the roof is 19 foot 8 inches. By locating the exterior generator and loading area at the northwest corner, the massing of the proposed building maintains the street wall along Indiana and 24th. The overall height, width, and volume of the proposed building is consistent with the scale of contributing buildings in the district. The proposed 24th Street elevation is made up of 6 storefront bays, each containing windows that are 14 foot 9 in height from sidewalk level with a 2 foot 4 inch bulkhead. Storefronts on the second story and stair penthouse repeat the dimension of those below. The storefronts vary in width from 22 foot 5 inches up to 27 foot 6 inches. The width of individual panes between mullions within each storefront varies, ranging from 3 foot 2 inches to 4 foot 10. Spacing between mullions in historic storefronts in general, and especially in Motor Row, was typically much wider. To be compatible with the character of the historic storefronts, staff recommends that at all storefronts on both stories, the width between vertical mullions should be increased to be as wide as possible, but not less than 5 feet in width. On the proposed south elevation, the westmost bays circled in blue are shown with varying widths of glazing between mullions, while the rest of the bays are divided into panes of equal proportions. This also occurs at the bays on the east and west elevations. Staff recommends these bays should be modified so that the panes and mullions are divided into equal widths. On the proposed south and east elevations, some storefronts contain entrances, circled here in red. It may not be possible for the storefronts containing doors to be configured so that all panes are equal in width. However, staff recommends that they be simplified to reduce the number of vertical mullions. Staff further recommends that all storefront mullions on the second story and penthouse should be aligned with those on the floors below. On the proposed south elevation, the westmost bays circled in blue, with the exception of the storefront at the South Indiana frontage, the majority of the proposed storefronts have a 2-foot 6-inch deep corridor behind the glazing with informational displays mounted directly to the inner partition. Typical of commission position on display windows, staff recommends this depth should be increased to at least 3 feet. At the proposed storefront windows and corridor at street level, the section shows the whole storefront as clear vision glass, but the renderings show only the main windows with clear glass and the opaque spandrel glass at the transoms above each storefront. At these locations, staff recommends the transoms should be clear vision glass. All glazing on the second story is proposed to be opaque spandrel glass, without views of any interior space. Some transparency is required at the second floor, even if views into occupiable spaces are not possible. Staff recommends a corridor 3 feet in depth should be added to the second floor, between the elevator enclosure to the west and stair to the east, with clear vision glass and transoms matching those on the first floor. All glazing, the proposed exterior wall system is precast concrete panels with a brick veneer to provide the appearance of brick construction. Decorative frames in a light-colored precast concrete and inset bricks surround each bay of storefronts. The spandrel between upper and lower storefronts is a dark gray brick, and a lighter brown brick makes up the rest. The facade features large areas of masonry, but without any of the decorative brickwork or unique features characteristic of the district. Staff recommends that decorative brick designs be added at the spandrels and parapet over the first and second floor storefronts to add visual interest and help the building relate to others in the district. At the proposed west elevation along the proposed alley, a portion of the screen wall adjacent to the vehicle gate will be visible from Michigan across the lot to the west. Staff recommends that this section of the screen wall should be finished with face brick, like the street-facing elevations. A specification for the sliding gate at the vehicle entrance in the screen wall that includes the material, color, and finish should be provided with permit drawings. Both street-facing facades employ the same material palette. The proposed gray spandrel glass is neutral in color and will be compatible with the colors of the other materials proposed for the facade. It should appear as close as possible to the clear vision glass. A physical sample of this material should be provided for review and approval with the permit application. I believe we may actually have the sample today. Both proposed bricks are by Endicott, the primary tan brick in color Desert Iron Spot, and the darker gray brick in color Gray VC4. The brown brick has some variation between units and is consistent with the brick color used on other buildings in the district. The gray brick has less variation between units and a smoother finish. A wide variety of brick colors and finishes are present in the district, including glazed brick and brick with atypical colors, so staff recommends these selections are compatible. Enlarged masonry details showing the attachment of the brick veneer and decorative concrete, including mortar joint profiles, should be provided with the permit drawings. The joints between face bricks should be pointed with real mortar in a concave or similar profile to create the appearance of real masonry. Mortar colors were not specified, but the mortar used for both colors of brick should be tinted to match the surrounding brick color, as is typical for face brick in the district. The precast facade system requires large joints between each panel, about 1 inch wide. When submitted for permit, staff recommends the elevation drawings should identify the location and type of expansion joints, and enlarged details of the joint should be provided with the joint sealant colored to match the masonry. Staff finds that with these conditions, the proposed building will be compatible with the district. First, to be compatible with the character of the historic district, the design of the storefront shall be modified to reduce the number of vertical mullions and increase the width of the glass panes as much as possible, but no less than 5 foot wide. The width of glass panes between vertical mullions within each storefront bay without an entrance should be equal. The interior corridor partition behind the first story street-facing facade shall be set back at least 3 feet from the back of the glass. At these locations, the transom shall be clear vision glass rather than opaque spandrel glass. Clear vision glass will be provided at the second floor along the south facade and bays between the elevator enclosure to the west and stair enclosure to the east by incorporating a minimum 3-foot wide corridor behind the glass and installing illumination on the ceiling of the corridor. A decorative design shall be included in the inset brick at the masonry spandrels, parapet or both, on the south and east elevations. The 6'11" section of west screen wall visible from Michigan Ave shall be clad in face brick matching the primary brick of the street-facing facades. Specification for the sliding gate at the vehicle entrance, including material, color, and finish, shall be provided with permit drawings. All drawings submitted for permit shall be fully dimensioned. Building elevation shall show the joints between precast panels. Enlarged dimension section details shall be provided showing attachment of brick veneer and decorative concrete to the precast concrete panels, as well as details of the expansion joints. Joints between the face brick shall be pointed with real mortar. Mortar and sealant for the expansion joints shall be colored to match the surrounding masonry. A physical sample of the gray spandrel glass shall be provided for review and approval with the permit application. No signage is approved at this time. All signage shall be submitted separately with a complete application for review by historic preservation staff when available. And finally, the project as proposed may require zoning variations and/or adjustments, and the commission takes no position regarding any requested variance or adjustment relative to the zoning ordinance requirements.
Great.
Alderwoman Dowell has received or has reviewed the proposal and provided comments, and is also present. The Near South Planning Board has reviewed the proposal and issued a letter of conditional support. The architects, Vesna Radazik and Scott Henry, are here and able to answer your questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Tyler. Commissioners, any questions for Tyler or the staff before we hear from the building, the property owner?
I have one question. Regarding points 1 and 6 on here, you guys want to talk about the mullions for a second, and then also kind of relate back to the dimensional drawings that are going to come at a next draft. This might be a question for the property owners, but was the are the mullions, is there some kind of dimension on them, or are they fairly flush with the glass?
I believe there's a bit of a dimension on them.
Okay. Yeah, my instinct in looking at the drawings, and it might just be a rendering issue, that it's really flat mullions on display glass like that can be kind of uninspiring, but it would be nice to be able to see the mullions have a little bit of dimension in the final design, and maybe that'll show up in the final renderings for it. Maybe it's a design update, but that's one thing I noticed in reviewing this. But otherwise, my compliments to the staff. There's a lot of really thorough evaluation of this project, and I think all the recommendations are spot on.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Any other questions for staff at this time? Then let's hear from the property owner. I know Alderman Dowell is here. Let's hear first from the property owner. Is it David Jackson?
He was not able to attend today, but he did actually provide a statement to be read.
Okay.
So I'll turn it over to Scott. He has the statement.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Scott Henry. I'm with EXP US Services. We've been hired by Lumen Technologies to assist them with the creation of this project. Our client has provided a statement. He's unfortunately not able to be here today due to medical issues. Lumen is a multinational technical company empowering individuals and businesses on over 450,000 miles of fiber optic network over one platform, leveraging their data with next generation technologies. Lumen's growth in the greater Chicagoland area triggered our land purchase in January of 2022. This site provides a unique geographical conjuncture for Lumen's fiber optic network, a confluence of North American network compass points and undersea routes. EXP and Lumen work diligently with Landmark and planning and zoning staff through various plan iterations to produce today's plan presentation. We engaged and received plan approval from the Near South Planning Board and updated Alderman Dowell periodically on the project status. Lumen's project investment will exceed $72.5 million, leveraging the talents and resources of Chicagoland contractors, material suppliers, and professionals. Lumen thanks the Landmark staff and commission members for their time, consideration today. Respectfully, Lumen requests the commission approval today so we can proceed in bringing this project, this Chicago project, to fruition. David W. Jackson, Director, Corporate Real Estate at Lumen Technologies.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions? The applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I know Alderman Dowell is here, and would you like to make a statement?
Good afternoon. My name's Pat Dowell. I'm the 3rd Ward Alderman, and I just wanted to be here today to support the staff recommendation on this. I agree with you. I think that the amount of attention to this project and the back and forth between the applicant and the department resulted in a really nice building. I'm glad that we're able to preserve Michigan Avenue for some future use that would be supportive of the pedestrian flavor that already exists on Michigan Avenue. I'm also thankful that the applicant was willing to do a new alley so that we don't have driveway cuts on either Indiana or 24th Street. I like the use of the clear glass instead of it being, what's the word, where you can't see through it, translucent maybe? Opaque, thank you. To give the building more life on that corner. And the one thing I would ask the applicant, I know in number 4, it talks about a decorative design should be included in the inset brick. I'm asking you to take that back to Mr. Jackson so that we can have some little flavor that's related to the community or the Motor Road District that's visible on that site. Again, I want to thank the Near South Planning Board for weighing in, and thank you, Ruben, for the work that you've done on this. Thank you.
Good work. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Alderman Dowell. And now I'd like to call for the public comments. Is it Bonnie Sanchez Carlson?
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I'm the President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. Our organization, we represent the businesses, stakeholders, and property owners in the Near South Side. And our organization has had the opportunity on numerous occasions to review plans for this 64,000 square foot, 2-story optical signal processing. I chuckle a little bit on that, but this proposal falls within the historic Motor Road District, an area in which Near South Planning Board has focused its attention for decades. For years, Near South Planning Board has been supportive of plans that complement the intent of such a district and have constantly pushed revitalization efforts. Prior to the pandemic, plans for the entertainment district were starting to come to fruition. However, we realized that much of that development has since stalled due to COVID and the economy, leaving many vacant storefronts along the avenue. We have been very diligent in keeping up with the Near South Side and have weighed pros and cons of this development. We're extremely pleased that the applicant has been very receptive to our recommendations, including removing the data center that fronted Michigan Avenue. So we're very appreciative of that and recognize their willingness to work with the community. While we continue to advocate for more active uses in the Motor Road Historic District, Near South Planning Board has agreed to support the newly proposed development on Indiana with the new public alley as configured on the packet sent to our organization on September 5th, with the following stipulation. After the owner receives a building permit, number one, after the owner receives a building permit, the land be platted and recorded as shown on their current documents. That the owner be responsible for constructing the public alley within city standards. That the subdivided land be listed for sale within 6 months after receipt of the data center building permit. That local community organizations be involved in curating the ground floor window displays, and that the applicant must submit a sound study that complies with the City of Chicago standards. Near South Planning Board then recommends your support of our recommendations and ask for your approval of this current proposal.
Thank you very much. Does anyone who hasn't completed a comment card wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your comments. Did you sign up? Mr. Blakemore sign up for this one? Mr. Blakemore?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The Mid-South Planning Commission. Who's on that board? What was the criteria for getting on this board? How many times do you all meet? And also, it would be good for this commission here if you could show other buildings right along with this one where we can make a comparison. That looking, that you would see that this building actually fit in with the other buildings, the architecture. Just having this one stand alone, you know, that Motorola over there, I think it's kind of close to the Defender. I'm not sure, but I'm very familiar with the area. Now, perhaps in the future, instead of having the standalone picture, have that one, the new one that you're looking at, with the old ones, where one can actually see if it fits in. How many times did you all meet, and who financed this Mid-South Planning Commission? You know, everything is politics, political, and then $72 million. And surely if one going to spend this kind of money, you will have to be guaranteed that everything will pass this committee here. So in the future, I am making a suggestion. You don't have to follow my suggestion. I'm making a statement, and I'm entitled to do that. In the future, the buildings that you show have the other buildings right along with them, the old buildings in the historical area. Actually, where one can see not the set-alone building itself. That's why it's very important for other people to come in. We all can paint. We all have answers, and we want to hear the answers from the public. I think, Mr. Blakemore, that's a good idea, to have the buildings, I've said it 3 times, repetition. That's the way of learning. To have, this is a standard side. I'm looking at that one. I want to see the other ones surrounding this one to actually see if this architecture fits in with these others. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate and hear your position, and I'd like to note that the Commission's authority is bound by the Landmarks Ordinance, and the Committee's decision on this matter is based on the criteria outlined in the ordinance and the Commission's guidelines. And I'd like to now call on the Commission for discussion, if there are any points of discussion. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, I agree with the staff's recommendations as well. I would encourage us to make sure Alderman Dowell is locked and stepped with that number 4, the decorative design portion of it. But beyond that, I agree with the staff's recommendations as is, and I'd like to, if there's not any other discussion, I'd like to propose a motion.
Commissioners, Commissioner Hughes has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ponce. Commissioner Rubin?
Yes.
Commissioner is a yes, and I'm a yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Moving back to item number 1, 1060 West Addison, 44th Ward, Alderman Lawson, Wrigley Field. The proposed architectural illumination on the west and south sides, facades. And we'll call on Joyce Ramos for the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the steel structure supporting the floodlights that tops the upper deck roof was installed in 1988 to provide lighting inside the ballpark. This structure has been an important part of the ballpark facade and is a recognizable feature. The applicant is proposing to install lights at the base of the structure to illuminate the roofline and the light standards. Staff recommends approval of these light fixtures as they are far enough above grade and will not be visible. The applicant is proposing to install 46 new downlights on the exterior columns along the grandstands shown in green. The light fixtures will not be installed on the columns that are above the new sportsbook addition on Addison Street shown in red. The accent lighting is designed to highlight the exterior of the building by emphasizing the columns, terracotta roof, and base of the grandstand, as well as the sidewalk, enhancing its appearance and presence. Additionally, the lights will provide visibility around the structure and will enhance its security. Per the lighting consultant, the best way to light the columns is from the top down to accurately wash the columns and terracotta roof. Ground level light fixtures were considered but were not selected due to issues with vandalism, safety, and an insufficient amount of directed light. The proposed light fixtures will be installed about 41 feet above grade and will be painted green to match the columns, which will further minimize its visibility. The lights will be held in place with clamps requiring no penetrations through the columns or any part of the structure. If removed, no historic material will be damaged. The driver will be installed behind the truss, which is blocked from view, with a panel installed on the street side. The conduit will be installed on the truss and on the interior sides of the columns. Any portions of the conduit that will be visible from the street will be painted green to match the columns. To evaluate the visibility of the light fixtures at the grandstand, the applicant provided a daytime mock-up for historic preservation staff to review on site. Staff reviewed the light fixture visibility from across the street on Clark and also directly below from the sidewalk. As proposed, all the light fixtures on the grandstand will be visible. Considering the overall character of the ballpark with the exposed steel design and that the light fixture will be painted green to match the color of the columns, this will not be an adverse effect on the building. In lieu of a nighttime mock-up, the applicant provided a nighttime rendering of the ballpark with the proposed new light fixtures, as well as nighttime photos of the ballpark taken on a game night and on a non-game night. The photos show the existing lighting at the ballpark as well as the ambient lighting in the neighborhood. The predominant color of the lights will be a warm white that operates from dusk to dawn. The fixtures will have the capability for multicolor effects, which the applicant expects to utilize for specific events and holidays. Staff recommends that the lighting proposal be approved as submitted with the following conditions. The proposed green light color, consistent with the existing columns, is approved for the light fixtures. Enlarged details of the light fixtures, methods of attachment, and power connection shall be included in the permit plans. As proposed, electrical conduit and transformer boxes shall be concealed Any exposed conduit shall be painted to match the columns. And finally, colored lights shall be used judiciously and predominantly on holidays and special occasions. Alderman Lawson submitted a letter of support, which was included in the packet, and that concludes my presentation. A representative from the Cubs and their historic preservation consultant are here. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Commissioners, any questions for Joyce or staff?
I do.
Oh, yes, Commissioner
I'm
Ponce.
just curious about the long-term maintenance and the paint. What was considered for that?
I think I defer to the applicant on that, on the paint selections for the light fixtures.
Let's hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Lufrano from the Chicago Cubs. I'm not sure I understand the question. What color paint or what kind
The
of paint?
maintenance and the ongoing maintenance, what kind of paint it is, and
So like everything at the Cubs, all the maintenance is stuff we do internally. It's all our own, and we take care of the entire ballpark the same. So obviously, nobody has a greater incentive to make sure that long-term the ballpark continues to look the way it does, and it'll be maintained as we do with the rest of the ballpark.
okay, just curious at how that was considered.
Okay. Commissioner, did that answer your question?
Yes.
I guess, Mr. Lufrano, do you want to talk a little bit about the project?
I wouldn't mind. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioners. And I won't take long because I know it's been a long afternoon. But it's been a while since we've been before you, and I think I'd take the opportunity to say, first, report that the Friendly Confines is doing well, and the historic preservation, which we titled Project 1060, has lived up to its promise of preserving Wrigley Field for another generation of fans. Because some of you are new, a couple of facts that I think we sometimes take for granted, but it's nice to point out. Wrigley Field is the only Major League ballpark recognized by the United States as a National Historic Landmark. Also unique about Wrigley Field, the operation and maintenance of the Friendly Confines is entirely privately funded. So the Ricketts family are owners, and their investment reflects their commitment to Chicago and to our fans. And as you know, while other jeweled ballparks all around the country, including Yankee Stadium and Tiger Stadium and even Comiskey Park here, have disappeared, our ballpark has remained and been maintained by our ownership, and we're committed to continuing to do so. As I said a minute ago, nobody has a greater incentive to preserve Wrigley Field than the Cubs. And through our years of working with the city and this commission and undertaking the painstaking work to invest more than $750 million in improving and upgrading the facility, some of the greatest compliments we get are about fans who say the ballpark maintains the same look and feel it has for generations, but with modern amenities and able to sustain a modern team. So the accent lighting that Joyce mentioned that we're proposing today is consistent with that historic tradition. It'll keep the ballpark looking alive and welcoming for our fans. It allows us to highlight the columns and light some of the exterior of the ballpark in a way that'll be flattering for everybody who sees it. It allows us to add color on special occasions, for opening day, for hopefully playoff baseball, for holidays and special events. The lighting provider, Musco Lighting, has provided lighting designs for, I want to get this right, the Statue of Liberty, Mount Rushmore, the White House, and now Wrigley Field, and other historic locations as well. And as Joyce mentioned, the photos we provided show the ballpark at all times of day and night, and we think there's very little impact on the community, but it will allow us to highlight the historic ballpark. All of this is designed in a way that respects the community. Alderman Lawson, I think, would be among the first to tell you that he's not an expert in historic preservation, but we know aldermanic approval is important in this review, so we appreciate his support for the project. And we have worked hard over the years to make sure that everything we do maintains the historic tradition of Wrigley Field and allows it to continue to operate, and that'll be no different here. We did file this application on May 2nd. The National Park Service approved it in July without any conditions, but we understand the conditions here, and we ask you to approve the project.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lufrano. Commissioners, any questions to Mr. Lufrano before we go to the applicant, or to the public comment period? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we have one person sign up to speak. Mr. Blakemore? No? Okay. And then commissioners, any points of discussion?
Just a quick comment, and I'm going to motion for this one as well. As an urban planner, an urban designer here in the city, I have an appreciation for this ballpark. Not because, I mean, it's great that it's a national historic landmark, but its integration into the community and to seamlessly fit into that framework is something that's really beautiful, and I think we should strive for with all of our stadiums around the country. So thank you guys. The fact that you said it's privately maintained is also a plus. Hats off to you guys for everything that you do for the city. With that, I motion us to accept the staff recommendations as proposed.
Commissioners, there's a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Second by Commissioner Rubin and Commissioner Ponce.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Ponce, yes. I'm a yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. We'll move to item number 3 of 6, 801 West Madison, the 34th Ward, Alderman Conway, the former Mid-City Trust and Savings Bank buildings, and this is the proposed exterior and interior rehabilitation of an existing former bank building into hotel and commercial spaces, space uses including masonry repairs, historic window restoration, exterior lighting, skylight restoration, and interior alterations. And Joyce Ramos has the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me pull this up here. Okay. So the owner purchased the building in 2022 and intends to convert the building for hotel use under the brand name The Neighborhood Hotel, and has submitted a Class L application. Floors 2 through 6 will be the primary hotel floors, with a small portion of the first floor and basement being used for the hotel lobby, hotel service areas, retail, and restaurant tenants. The significant features include all exterior elevations, including roof lines of the building, and on the interior, the entrance lobby of the main banking hall, including the skylight, original check desks and counters, and historic lighting and other fixtures. The applicant will retain the historic volume, finishes, and character-defining features of the double-height banking hall. The main entrance for the banking hall will be located at the northeast corner of the building, shown in yellow. A separate hotel lobby will be created at the northwest end of the building, shown in orange. A new service elevator will be installed on the southwest corner of the banking hall space, and a new passenger elevator and elevator lobby will be installed at the southeast corner of the banking hall space, both shown in red. These new elevators will provide access between the basement and first floor commercial space. The new elevator shafts were exposed to the banking hall will be clad in wood paneling and trim that will be consistent with the historic materials. Existing historic finishes in the banking hall will be maintained. Future tenants will be responsible for the build-out of these spaces, and staff will review these plans when available. An aluminum frame glass partition will be constructed between the interior columns, shown in dark green on the plan, around the monumental stair to separate the hotel use from the rest of the banking hall. The existing penetrations in the columns previously used for the historic interior light fixtures will be used as the only attachment at the jambs. Considering the design of the partition and its use of clear glass, staff feels that there would be no adverse effect on the banking hall. On the upper floors, the elevator lobby and main corridor walls will be retained. Existing door locations will be utilized for hotel room entrances wherever possible. In the 1928 remodeling, a portion of the second floor was removed to create a double height space with a skylight in the banking hall, shown in the plan in yellow. The historic skylight remains today, though it has been modified in the past. The applicant is proposing to renovate the skylight by installing a new skylight daylighting system over the existing skylight structural framing. It will be a translucent sandwich panel system and will cover the entire exterior portion of the skylight structure. The new interior system installed over the interior skylight framing will be a translucent acoustical panel with the appearance of glazing. For the rest of the roof, a new green roof and roof membrane will be installed. The applicant is proposing to install exterior architectural lighting on the Madison and Halsted Street facades. These types of light fixtures are being proposed, or 3 types of light fixtures are being proposed. In-ground mounted uplights, surface-mounted uplights mounted on the second floor sills of the arched windows at the corners of the buildings, and linear surface-mounted uplights to be installed on the ledge above the third floor cornice. The proposed light fixtures on the building are located on a projecting ledge. The proposed light fixtures on the building are located on projecting ledges that will minimize or completely conceal the visibility of the fixtures from the street. Staff recommends that the proposed locations are appropriate and will not have an adverse effect on the building. The light fixtures shall be painted to match the color of the existing masonry and white light will be used with any colored light limited to holidays and special occasions. Staff further recommends that a nighttime mock-up be provided on site for historic preservation staff review of the overall illumination levels prior to installation. All fixture attachments shall be located at mortar joints and minimized as much as possible to avoid damaging historic material. Exterior conduit shall be concealed so it is not visible, and permit plans shall include details, method of attachment, and all power connections. If a new exterior door is required for a new tenant, the applicant is proposing to modify an existing first floor window opening to accommodate this new door. The existing configuration is 3 ganged windows divided by decorative mullions. The mullions would remain, the glazing from the center window would be removed, and a portion of the existing marble base would be removed directly below. A new glazed metal door to match the existing window frame color and finish will be installed in this new opening. The brick and stone facades will be cleaned and repaired as necessary to address all condition issues on all facades. Staff recommends that a masonry repair scope of the work and a masonry cleaning specification shall be submitted to staff for review and approval. Photographs and elevation drawings that indicate the repair and replacement locations and approximate quantity identified should also be provided. Any new masonry required shall match the historic units in size, color, texture, and finish. The historic bronze windows on the first and second floor will be cleaned, repaired, and repainted to match the existing color and finish. The second floor windows will receive a new interior layer of tempered glass over the existing glazing. And all operable windows will be locked and sealed shut so they're not able to be opened from either side. The existing non-historic windows on floors 3 through 6 will be repaired to full operation. In limited locations where the windows are damaged beyond repair, the windows will be replaced with a new window that matches the existing window as closely as possible. Staff recommends to provide large-scale dimension detail drawings for each window type through the sill, head, meeting rail, and trim. The existing doors will be repaired and reinstalled in the existing frames, and where the existing doors cannot be salvaged, a new door matching the color, finish, and design of the historic doors closely as possible will be used. A new corner sign to match the general shape, size, scale, and location of a previously existing sign that was installed sometime between the 1950s and 60s is proposed to be installed at the corner of Madison and Halsted. Historic photos from around 1950 show that the corner sign was not yet installed. The proposed corner sign is not approved as a previous sign in that location was installed sometime after the 1928 renovation. Further, corner signs cover a substantial area of masonry and cause damage. Staff recommends that an alternative sign design may be submitted to staff for review. Other signs such as vinyl graphics applied to the glass transom, a metal placard surface mounted above the entrance, and signs attached to the canopy are shown on the submitted plans. As there are not sufficient drawings or details provided, staff recommends that no signage is approved at this time. All signage will need to be submitted under separate permit application and should include an accurate elevation, section, and attachment drawings with sign dimensions, existing conditions shown, and materials and illumination identified. A new 10-foot, 4-inch wide by 5-foot deep by 1-foot, 6-inch high canopy is proposed to be located on the Madison Street elevation. It will be 13 feet 9 inches above grade and clad in metal to match the color of the historic window frames. Staff recommends that the new design of the new canopy be modified so it is installed above the carved stone surround and not cover or be mechanically attached to any ornamental stone elements, such as in the shaded area in blue in the existing condition shown. Enlarge plans, elevations, sections, and details showing existing conditions, method of attachment, size, materials, lighting shall be included in the permit drawings. A mural is proposed to be installed on the common brick on the west elevation between the historic stone return and the existing windows, shown in the highlighted area in yellow. This is a secondary elevation clad in common brick. Staff recommends that murals should not cover or obscure any significant architectural features. Any paints used should be vapor permeable to avoid trapping water and moisture in the masonry, or the mural can be applied on panels that are attached to the masonry. Any physical attachments should be located at mortar joints to avoid damaging the masonry. Select areas on the west elevation are proposed to be repainted where the existing paint is flaking. Staff recommends to provide product data of the proposed paint, as it should be vapor permeable so it does not trap water in the masonry. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposed project with the conditions mentioned during my presentation and also listed on this slide. The alderman has reviewed this project and submitted a letter of support. The architects and owner are here, so please let us know if you have any questions.
Great, thanks so much, Joyce. Commissioners, any questions for Joyce before you go to hear from the architect, the applicants? Seeing none, I'd like to hear from the project architect, is it Ken DeMuth? Any questions, commissioners? Seeing none, I think we can go to the public comment period. And we have Mr. Ward Miller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Ward Miller, the Richard H. Driehaus Executive Director of Preservation Chicago. We're very excited about this project. This sort of shows the power of landmarking. This building has been vacant for, I want to say, almost 2 decades. We've used Adopt the Landmark monies to put the cornice back on the building when it wasn't looking 100%, looking so great. I know there was a former owner involved that, well, we won't go there, a new day. But this shows the wonderful aspects of landmarks. This is a wonderful building. It was part of a group of neighborhood bank districts that were landmarked either as a district or individually. And the proposed reuse will once again engage this really fabulous building in the West Loop. And we're really excited about that. And we obviously there's some details that need to be worked out, but we're in full support of this. The team that's working on this, I've known for years, the architect, and I think this is just a great outcome. And I want to add that I have about 15 other buildings like this around the city that I'd like to see activated for hotel uses and other uses. But thank you again. This commission and the staff here have been patient about this one coming around. They landmarked it even though it was vacant, and I think that really showed a proactive approach to this. So I want to say thank you to all of you. We'd have another mundane parking lot building here perhaps if we weren't careful, which you see next door down the street. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the team here to make this a reality.
Great, thank you, Mr. Miller. And we have one more person signed to speak, Mr. Blakemore.
My name is George Blakemore, and I'm a concerned citizen. I expected to see someone here from the Alderman office. This is a new ward. I don't know how it was gerrymandered all the way from the south side, Carrie Austin Ward, 34, to down here. The games that play politics are tricks. Anyway, you have a letter from this alderman. Somebody should be here from the alderman office. And a letter is not sufficient. The community must be involved. The community must be involved. So the politics of this landmark commission here is political too. Everything's politics from the time you born, we get your birth certificate, to the time you die, the death certificate. How in the world did Carrie Austin Ward 34 get downtown? But let's stick to the issue, that the community involvement. It was just because this is a new community there. I don't know how they made it up. Go all the way over to Halsted, Madison, the political mess. It interferes with good government, and it affects this commission also. He doesn't know these people there. He don't know these people in that area. He was just sworn in. Now, what kind of community involvement came into this? And how in the blank did he come from all the way 34 was a black wall way out south down here? But Mr. Blakemore, you in the planning commission part, the historical. But it's all connected. The politics is connected. When did he have a community meeting? And also, it's not sufficient just to have a letter from the alderman. When did they meet? How many people attended these community meetings? And how can you verify how they voted at these meetings? You have a mission here, historical, and you believe in what these aldermen tell you. So I'm glad now a lot of these buildings since COVID-19 don't go by no minutes and stuff when I've seen other people hear this talking as long as they want. I'm not going to be redundant. Don't go there with me. Stop it. They did it under the previous administration. It's time for us to change and be happy when you see somebody from the community. All of a sudden, you're playing this clock game on me that wasn't played previously. So
Everyone
again,
will have 3 minutes.
it's very important to have the community input, and that's a new ward. So that's why I think somebody should have been here, but from the community.
Thank you, sir.
Besides this letter, and stop going off on me. Thank you, sir. That means get up, Mr. Blakemore, and shut up. I'll be back. I signed up again.
Thank you for your comments. I'd like to note that the committee's authority is bound by the Landmarks Ordinance, and the committee's decision on this matter is based on criteria outlined in the ordinance and the commission's guidelines. And I'd like to call on discussion from the commission. Is there any points of discussion, commissioners? Otherwise, do we have a motion? Is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendations?
So moved to adopt the recommendations.
Commissioner Ponce has made a motion. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Commissioner Rubin has seconded. We'll do the roll call. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes, yes. I'm a yes, and this motion carries. Really nice project, and look forward to seeing the transformation of that building. All right. Moving on to item number 4. 200 South Laughlin, the 34th Ward, Alderman Conway, Jackson Boulevard District, and this is the proposed reconstruction and expansion of an existing rear raised deck and pergola, and Tyler has the presentation.
Can you see this on your monitors? I noticed you were turning around to look at the screen.
The monitors are all kind of
Okay.
wonky.
This is a proposal for 200 South Laughlin. The subject property is located on the corner of South Laughlin Street and West Adams in the Jackson Park, or in the Jackson Boulevard district. The front facade of the house faces Laughlin, and the site includes a garage at the south end of the lot. The building itself is a 3-story brick single-family house built in 1994 with a design inspired by elements of historic architecture of the neighborhood. A permit application has been received to reconstruct the existing elevated deck at the south elevation with a new, larger deck of very similar design. The existing deck structure is constructed primarily of dimensional lumber with a larger portion toward the south, highlighted here in orange, and a smaller portion located east of the existing addition in blue. Stair to grade lies to the south of the smaller portion. The structure, deck, guards, and pergola are stained a consistent dark red that closely matches the red color of the brick building. The entire existing deck shown at left, including the stairs, is 20 foot 3 inches in width and extends back a total of 12 foot 4 inches from the south wall of the addition and 22 foot 10 inches from the original building. A 10 foot 2 inch tall pergola is located over the entirety of the larger deck. The proposed deck, shown at right, will be 4 inches less in width along the east-west dimension, but 5 foot 5 inches longer. The new pergola will be very similar in design to the existing one, but slightly shorter at 9 foot 8 in height above the deck and 17 foot 1 inch above grade. It will also cover the entire area of the larger deck. The design of the railing will be changed to vertical pickets, but the height of the railing will not change. The owner has proposed use of synthetic decking by Decorators Venture in color saltwater. Staff recommends the color of this decking is compatible with the building, and further, the decking is above eye level and will be minimally visible from the street. The rest of the structure is identified as wood on the permit drawings, but no information on the type of wood or finishes are provided. Staff recommends the structure be painted or varnished to be compatible with the color of the house brick. Though it is longer, the proposed deck does not differ significantly from the existing deck. Staff recommends the proposed materials are consistent with the traditional materials used for porches, stairs, and similar structures and are compatible with the district. While the proposed structure is tall, the open design of the railings and pergola does not stand out among the other rear structures visible from South Laughlin, and staff recommends approval with the following conditions. First, the project is approved as shown on the drawings dated 12/13/22, and the deck and pergola structure shall be painted or varnished to be compatible with the color of the house brick. Materials and finishes shall be specified on the permit drawings. Alderman Hopkins has reviewed the proposal and has no objections. The West Loop Community Association has also reviewed and has no concerns. The architect and owner are present and able to answer your questions.
All right, thank you, Tyler. Can we please hear from the property owner?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Vitiello. I've been living at this property for over 25 years. And the reason why I'd like it a little longer is my neighbors, they have increased their house size by at least 20 feet south of where I am, and the trees on the other side are overgrown, so we don't get much light anymore. So I'm hoping to get a little more daylight.
All right. Commissioners, any questions? No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have one person signed up to speak. Mr. Blakemore, would you like to speak on this item?
What ward is, I see 34.
34th Ward.
Hopkins
It's a
Ward. is it?
residential.
What page? I'm not following something.
It's an expansion of a rear deck.
No, I'm trying to find out what ward is this in.
34.
34. Well,
Oh, 27?
One of you say 24 and the other say, what ward is this in, sir?
27th, apparently.
Well, someone said 34. Huh?
35.
Show me 27. Was it a typo? Was it right? Huh?
Yeah, it should be the 27th ward.
We're still good.
For me to be able to understand.
We're fine.
You know, that's where I get information. I'm not that smart. I go to these meetings, and I can learn so much from listening, from being exposed. Just the present, your atmosphere, that's an education for me when I go to these various meetings. I don't have to be able to read or write. I can see and I can listen. But when I see something that says 34 and then it's 27, that's unacceptable. because it's unacceptable. We can't let things like this happen when you all are paid to do your job. I had to ask for an agenda. So again, power is knowledge, is wisdom, is understanding. So I feel quite comfortable here, because I've been here many times. The faces change, but the game remains the same. I'm wanting to know when was those community meetings, and we have to do more than rely on the Alderman's letters of approval. That's giving the Alderman too much power, and power corrupts. And ding, 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 and don't do that anymore, sir, to me or any citizen. If you have a standard, a rule, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, they always play that game on me. When they don't want to hear me, they tune me out with the 3 minutes rule. When they let other people exceed 3 minutes. At the beginning, these people were speaking. None of them, you did a bell on them when they were going backwards and forth with what was going on here. I'm not to be abused by anyone, and I'm not going to, and thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment portion. And I'd like to call for final discussion, commissioners, if there's any. If there is none, then I'd like to request to adopt the staff recommendation for the project. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion?
So moved, Commissioner Rubin.
So moved, Commissioner Rubin. Do we have-
Second it.
Second, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Ponce?
Yes.
Commissioner Ponce is yes, and I'm a yes. And this motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck with your project. Okay, item number 5, 1805 South Allport, the 25th Ward, Alderman Cicho Lopez, Thalia Hall, the proposed construction of a two-story addition on the south elevation of the existing building.
Okay.
And Joyce Ramos has a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thalia Hall was built in 1892 in the Romanesque Revival style. It was designed as a public hall that housed theatrical performances, musical presentations, and social gatherings for the Bohemian immigrant community of Pilsen. Today, the building is a live music venue with retail and restaurant spaces. The street-facing elevations of Thalia Hall are clad in rusticated limestone and finely detailed carved stone. Immediately to the south of Thalia Hall on Allport is the subject property shown in blue and is currently a vacant lot. Further south on Allport are two-story residential buildings. The applicant recently acquired the vacant parcel to the south, which is not within the boundary of the landmark building designation. The owner intends to combine this parcel with the parcel the landmark building is on into one parcel to pursue type 1 zoning change through the city council for the proposed project. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-story addition on the vacant lot to accommodate infrastructure for Thalia Hall Theater. Currently, guest performers, tour buses, and trucks park on Allport and use the existing doors and stairs in Thalia Hall to move equipment. The proposed addition will provide dedicated access for the guest performers and their crew with an elevator that goes up to the second floor. A new 4-foot wide masonry opening on the south facade of Thalia Hall, highlighted in yellow, will be made to connect the addition directly to the theater space. The second floor of the new structure will be used as storage space, and the first floor will be open and will provide an outdoor patio space for the restaurant located in Thalia Hall. The loading area in the rear, accessed by the alley, will be used for equipment loading for smaller vehicles. The addition will be built against a secondary elevation that is clad in common brick. This will be independently supported by steel columns and dedicated footing foundations. It will be set back about 20 feet from the west property line and 3 foot 6 inches from the south property line. The front facade will be clad in a metal panel rain screen system in a smooth matte black finish. The proposed color and finish relates to the cast iron framing and details at the storefronts and windows. And the joint pattern is in response to the limestone units on Thalia Hall. The front facade will feature 2 large punched openings on the second floor, which relate to the punched openings and ganged windows in Thalia Hall, and will be infilled with a wire mesh. Behind the wire mesh is a backlit panel to match, Behind the wire mesh is a backlit metal panel to add depth, texture, and visual interest to the facade. Below the wall openings will be a planter clad in Ipe hardwood siding with dark reddish-brown tones. The planters on grade will also be clad in the same Ipe hardwood siding. The applicant provided visual visibility studies taken from several vantage points along Allport Street to show the impact that the new addition will have on Thalia Hall, as well as the immediately adjacent neighborhood. And due to the deep setback, the proposed addition will be visible when directly in front of it and just north and south of the property. However, further north and south of the property, the addition becomes less visible. The overall use of modern materials and design of the new structure clearly distinguishes it from the historic building. The deep setback of the new structure at the location where it meets the historic building leaves the primary facades and finished return of the historic building unobstructed. The overall mass, scale, and siting of the new structure reads as a separate, independent building from the historic building and will not adversely affect, alter, change, obscure, damage, or destroy any significant historical or architectural features of the building. Additionally, the addition will be attached to the secondary common brick elevation. Staff recommends that the size, scale, massing, location, and materials of the new addition is approved as proposed. The Commission takes no position regarding any requested adjustment relative to the zoning code requirements. The Alderman has reviewed the proposal and submitted a letter of support for the zoning change. And that concludes my presentation. The owner, architect, and attorney are also here if you have any questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Can we hear from the owner and the architect?
Hi, Tyler Quast with Blue Star Properties. Really appreciate the opportunity to present this to you guys, and also like to point out it's great to see you guys in person again. And myself in person with you, all of us, in the same room. It's fantastic. Thank you. So, any questions I can answer?
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? No, seeing none. Move to thank you very much. Looks like a nice proposal, and exciting to see some activity there, and the outdoor space is also really, I think, well done. We'll move to the public comment portion.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Ward Miller. Yeah.
Really quick. Less than 3 minutes. Ward Miller, for the record, Executive Director of Preservation Chicago. We very much support these types of reuses. These are living landmarks. We understand that they need other amenities to be successful in this day and age, and we're grateful for the reinvestment in these buildings. And of note, the new addition is now set back from the historic building, which really separates it, throws it in a little bit of shadow, which is actually nice because it really distinguishes it as a separate property. But most of all, it allows this wonderful venue and historic landmark to thrive way into the future. We remember times not too long ago where Thalia Hall was just an empty space. It was like a ghost space, if you will, that was hidden in this remarkable building. So again, we at Preservation Chicago very much support this addition to Thalia Hall that'll make it more functional and make this, continue to make this a wonderful landmark. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. And then we have one more person, Mr. Blakemore. Would you like to speak on this item?
Again, I'm going to emphasize the Alderman's letter when did they have a community meeting. This is over, I think, in Pilsen area. This area is being gentrified. Some of the culture, you can tell what's going on with the changing of the guards, the different people moving in. So this letter, the same thing, when did the community meet? So this area, and which one of these Lopez, which one of them? They have two. Anyway, it's very important for the citizens to get involved, in particular black citizens. I've been here many years and coming here, and I never, over here with this Landmark Commission, I never seen black people working here and as presenters like I see you all today. I come and I see and I don't see. Am I blind? Am I crippled? Am I crazy? Something should change here with these. I want to see people that look like me, not only the political hacks that hold these automatic seats and a black mayor. I want to see black people here function in all of this that's going on here. And I'm watching. I've seen that young man, that young lady, but these are new ones, but they're not new black ones. So, Mr. Blakemore, you're talking about historical now. Now, why you bring the race card up? Because I can see it. That's why it's appropriate. I can see it. I'm not blind, and I'm the only one here. The others have gone. That's why it's very necessary for a concerned citizen to be present with no political agenda. It's very important. You all, I'm giving you something to do, a mission. Educate the public about this commission, the historical. Educate them and let them know. Let them be a part of this process. Now, even though that might not be your primary job, but we're all educators. And you sit on that commission, you tell people, I do this, come down to get the people involved. And I challenge you too, young lady. You sitting up here saying you're an urban planner. I'm talking about this black young lady, to get people involved. Your presence, one, is not enough. It takes a community. So again, I just had to get here for several months, and especially with COVID-19, everything virtual. We have to be present here to see actually what's going on. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore.
You don't see no other black person. You're a black gentleman here, and I'm glad.
This concludes the public comment portion of this item, and I'd like to call on the commission for any points of discussion, and if there are none, we can request a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
So moved.
Commissioner Ponce has made a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second, Commissioner Hughes.
Seconded by Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Rubin?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm a yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Nice project.
Thank you, fellas.
The last project of the day, 4401 South Berkeley, 4th Ward, Alderman Robinson, the North Kennewick Multiple Resource District. The proposed exterior work, including new freestanding carport and the legalization of an existing perimeter fence and rear deck. And Joy Ramos has a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for hanging in there. I will be giving this presentation today for Emily Barton, who is not able to attend today's meeting. She has been working very closely with this applicant for the past several weeks on this proposal. The subject property is located at the corner of Berkeley and 44th Street. The subject property currently does not have a garage or carport in the backyard. The applicant is proposing to add a new freestanding carport to the northeast corner of the lot to be accessed from the alley. The carport is proposed to be approximately 10 foot by 18 feet with a sloped corrugated metal roof, approximately 11 feet 3 inches tall at its highest point. The orientation of the slope means that the roof will be visible from 44th Street to better match the context of the existing building. Staff recommends that the metal be finished in a dark, non-reflective color, matching the dark metal panel on the house, or the dark metal on the house, excuse me. At the west elevation, the carport will have wooden slats partially obscuring the car from the rear deck. At the east elevation, the carport is proposed to have a metal garage overhead door. Similarly, staff recommends that this element will be finished in a dark, non-reflective color for compatibility. The applicant is also proposing to legalize an existing rear deck and perimeter fence as part of the scope. Per Google Street View, these elements have been extant since 2011. The deck is minimal in design and approximately 5 foot 4 inches tall, with simple ornamental metal railings. As the deck is located at the rear of the home, it does not obscure any ornamental features, and the metal is compatible with the rest of the house, and staff recommends that the deck is not an adverse effect to the house or district. The fence around the property is primarily open metal railing, 5 foot tall with newel post, 5 foot 5 inches in height. Along the north property line at the rear of the home, the fence changes to 5 foot 2 inches tall wooden fence. These fences are comparable to the other fences approved by the commission and very common in the district, and staff recommends approval as proposed. The Alderman's office was notified, but no comments were received. And that concludes my presentation. I'm not actually sure if the architect or the owner are still here. Oh, sorry, there you guys are. Oh, they're here. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Would you like to make a statement of your project or talk or? Might as well.
Good evening, Commissioner. How are you all? So just moved here from Detroit. Bought this beautiful, beautiful home. We absolutely love it. Didn't have a garage, so I got to do something to keep the snow off of the cars. So that's really the big reason for it. There's also a safety factor because I want my wife to be able to pull into the back of the home from a safety perspective. We actually just had 2 weeks ago, one of the workers got robbed at gunpoint right on 44th, directly across from my home, right? And 2 weeks before that, we had a window crashed in our car. So there's definitely a safety factor as well that we're proposing this. So we hope that you agree and we'll approve the recommendation.
All right, thank you. I don't know, did you introduce yourself when you started?
Dr. Jesse Kilgore, again, new resident to Chicago and absolutely love Chicago. It's been great. So for, a few incidents, but, I'm from Detroit, so it's.
Welcome to Chicago.
All right. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And any questions, commissioners? Comments? Seeing none, we do have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Blakemore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Legalization, making an illegal legal. Money talks and bull walks. So I'm glad to see this. It's like a mansion. And I'm glad to see prosperous, black, successful people. I just love it. And I asked the gentleman, who is the architect? And they say he's a black person, but he's not here now. I love it. So,
and the contractor was black, my designer was black.
Oh, thank you.
Was a black man.
All right, then. All right. We have it going.
All the boxes, brother.
We got it going on, have we?
I'm checking all the boxes,
All
right?
All right. We got it going on. I guess I can go and sit myself down.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blakemore.
Thank you, sir.
And that concludes the public comment period. Any points of discussion, Commission? If there are none, Commissioner Hughes.
I have a quick comment. Mr. Blakemore, you have been missed. You have been missed.
How many years?
No, seriously. Thank you so much for your contributions and commentary. And we know that you have a very vivacious way of delivering it. But we receive it. We receive it, and we appreciate you.
Y'all blowing smoke and I'm loving it.
With that being said, I will motion us to accept the staff recommendations for this beautiful home. Thank you, sir, for moving here to Chicago. Welcome. As proposed.
Commissioner Hughes has made a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ponce. Commissioner Rubin?
Oh, yes.
Yes, and I'm a yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Wonderful project. And I'd like to request a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Commissioner Hughes.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
Second.
Seconded, Commissioner Ponce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you so much. Meeting is
Most
over.
patient man in Chicago.